First three.
Yeah.
393, that's your house phone?
This time of year, it's expecting most breeders, comes to the winter, rain, so cold out.
Well, let's officially get started here. Everybody okay? Let's everybody here this morning. This is informal, but we do have a little bit of procedure we have to follow. Roll call, I guess, who's here.
Ready?
Are we ready?
Mayor Baker?
Okay, I am here.
Commissioner Watts?
Here.
Commissioner Barnhill?
Here.
Commissioner Ritchie?
Here.
Commissioner Morgan?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Here.
Reg?
I think I'm here.
You're here? All right.
Look like you sleep.
I'll let you know later.
You don't look it, bro.
Look like you sleep.
I've been up since about 5.
The adoption agenda, as it is. Motion to adopt. All right, second.
I'll second.
All in favor? All right. Thank you, gentlemen, please. Format and goals for today's meeting.
All right. Thank you all. Good morning. So a few of you have been through this process with me last year. For the new folks, just want to make sure everybody has a clear understanding of what today is and what today's not. So first of all, this is the start of the budget process, and this will culminate in June, I hope, with you all adopting the budget and setting the tax rate and making your decisions final at that time. What I'm trying to do is get a good sense of the board's collective priorities, and so I've listed various items on the agenda based on some of your individual comments, some of the collective discussions by the board over the last year, some of my own ideas. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts on all these things and trying to figure out exactly what you all would like to accomplish as part of the budget next year. And my goal is to take your input today, work on that over the next month or two, bring you a recommended budget in May that I hope you'll be pleased with. If I've done my job well, hopefully it includes everything that you all said you wanted. And if it doesn't, hopefully I've got a good explanation as to why we can't or a plan for the future to do that. So I don't expect to have all the answers today. I certainly don't expect the staff to have all the answers. I've tried to structure things as best I could with the best information that we have. And hopefully that will be helpful to you. I will take your feedback and I'll refine that over the next couple of months and get all the answers. And then on some of these items, if they ultimately are included in the approved budget, obviously we'll go through a process during the course of next fiscal year to do more homework on it and bring you a recommendation maybe in December or next February or whenever we move forward on some of these items. So we can move as quickly or as slowly as you all would like on these items. I tried to set up some target times just to kind of keep us on track, but please don't hesitate to go a little bit longer on something that's important to you all or to speed something up if it's not that important to you all. It's just really a guide to try to keep us on track. So with that, I appreciate you all being here today and making the time, and hopefully it'll be an efficient process for you, and looking forward to your feedback. So thanks.
Okay, we do have a public comment section, so you want to say anything, Guy? You represent the public today. No comments? Anything? Anybody write anything in?
Ms. Scott?
Okay.
Sure, Ms. Scott?
What's
You don't want to talk? You don't think?
No, I don't have anything. I got what I wanted, that's it.
Okay. All right, then we'll move on. I'll just turn the rest of the meeting over to Frank.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm on tab number 6 in your packet. I always like to start these meetings off with kind of an overview of the town's current financial position and then some projections for the current year and for next year so that you all have the proper context as you discuss what's important to you for next year. On the third page behind tab number 6, there's just kind of a one-page summary sheet. I do this so that you can kind of see everything in one place, right? So I'll just hit a couple of the high points. So first of all, as we've talked about before, we're in pretty good overall shape. We've got a good, healthy fund balance, and I credit the folks who have come before me and before you, as well as the current folks on the board for keeping that in place. It's right at about $2.6 million as of June 30th last year. the total fund balance, you got to remember that that includes things like reserving PAL bill funds that were not spent, but that can only be used for street resurfacing or maybe some bike path projects, sidewalks, those kind of things. So last year when we ended the year, we had about $100,000 or so that we hadn't spent. We spent it soon after the fiscal year started. It was just a timing thing. We've also got about $100,000 set aside for the police special separation allowance, which that's a special extra payment that goes to law enforcement officers after they retire. So we've got about $100,000 set aside for that. We don't have any officers currently drawing that, and with a small department and our guys are relatively young, I think it's going to be a while before that goes. So when you get down to the unassigned fund balance, one more thing. There are some statutory provisions that basically specify that some of our receivables at June 30th have to be reserved by state statute. So that comes out of that number also. That's really available to you all in the grand scheme of things. It's a cash flow issue. So the unassigned fund balance is right over almost $2.24 million. Still very good. You can see we're up in the 100% range. That's very good for a town our size. Looking at the current year budget and kind of projecting things out for the rest of the year, I think on June 30th of 2024, we'll probably go down to about 2.1 million for the unassigned fund balance. And the main reason for that is you may recall that the board appropriated about $130,000 for the purchase of the land at the intersection of Taylor and Ocean Road and Highway 58. So the new fund balance policy, trying to keep at least 50%, really trying to get to 100. We're right on target with that. So I hope that we'll be able to maintain that going forward. The good news for you all is it gives you some flexibility. If you all want to use some of that fund balance for a one-time item, that might be appropriate depending on the dollar amount. I certainly would not recommend using it for recurring items because it's going to run out over at some point. So the current year budget, it was adopted at 2.1 million. It's been amended a few times, 2.4 million. Basically now, again, the biggest chunk of that's the $130,000 for the land purchase. Because of the timing of the street resurfacing contract, there's about 100,000 of that was part of the amendment too. And then we rolled some things over. All of the budget amendments were pretty much related to just the timing of expenditures more than anything else, other than the land purchase. That was the big policy decision, I guess. You're sitting on about $458 million of property in Cape Carteret. I listed down here just all the historical data there for you. We've gone from 403 million up to 458 million over the last 10 years or so. The revaluation, as you know, was delayed. I'm really curious to see how that number changes with the new values. And honestly, it won't surprise me for it to be approaching $700-800 million, just given the real estate market and the values here. Who knows? Things may still change over the next year, but it's going to be a much bigger number. And I think that it's going to give you all the opportunity next year to greatly reduce that tax rate and hopefully keep it revenue neutral, depending on what you all want to do. So the history of the tax rate there, we're at 21 cents right now. We had a 1/4 cent decrease last year. It's been pretty consistent for the last 4 or 5 years. We have a total of 15 authorized positions. 14 of them are filled. I don't expect to fill the additional position. We're relying on part-time services at the front desk for about 19 hours a week. So a couple of capital project ordinances. Those are separate budgets, not part of the general fund. Overall for stormwater, the board allocated $878,000. We've spent all but about $212,000 of that. And then for the bicycle path, the board authorized a total of $567,000. We've got about $493,000 left to build that last segment of the bicycle path. So that's kind of just the overall picture for you. I think the takeaways are you're in good shape for the most part. You have a little bit of flexibility. I wouldn't go crazy, but you've got some flexibility to do some things if that's your desire. So, are there any questions about any of this information?
When is the delayed? How long they delayed the revaluation?
My understanding is they're planning to implement it next January. So it would be for not this coming budget, but the following budget year. Although it won't surprise me if it maybe gets delayed again. I know they've had a lot of software issues and it's been really frustrating for the tax administrator. So, and like I said, it was supposed to be in effect for this year, but it got delayed. So. All right. If there's no more questions, I'll move on to number 7. And so the third page behind tab number 7 is just a snapshot of the general fund budget status for the current year. I think I'm not terribly worried about anything going on this current fiscal year. Our revenues are tracking pretty well with the budget estimate. Expenditures are coming in pretty close to the budget, authorized budget by the board. A couple of things for you guys to note. Probably the biggest thing I'm looking at are the sales tax collections, and that's our second largest revenue source. So far, we've only got 4 months of data because there's a 3-month lag on the sales tax that gets remitted to the town. We're down about 7% so far. So going forward for the rest of the year, I'm hoping it'll come in at least at the levels for last year, maybe a little bit low. A little bit concerned about it, not terribly worried about it, but we'll see how things go going forward. So y'all need to keep an eye on that. If you look at that permits and fees category, we are exceeding the boat ramp pass revenues. We're already well beyond it. I think we're going to wind up being a good $10,000, $12,000 over what we budgeted. And the investment earnings, you see a big number there. We have basically moved all of our idle funds into 2 different accounts. One is a wealth management account with First Citizens Bank. There's $1 million in that. The other is $1 million in the North Carolina Capital Management Trust. Ultimately, all of these funds are pretty much sitting in U.S. Treasuries. And so right now we're earning a little less than 5%. I've made some assumptions for next year at about 3%. So anyway, that certainly helps out. You see that fund balance number, the amended fiscal 23-24 budget, $307,000. Again, what that is the $130,000 that was appropriated for the land purchase. It's about $100,000 of PAL bill funds for the street resurfacing. We didn't actually do that work till after July 1st. And then there were about $70,000 of just rollover expenditures from last year, that just timing issues more than anything. On the expenditure side, nothing I'm terribly concerned about. When you look at that street maintenance number, the only reason it shows up as coming in over budget is because the board didn't consider the budget amendment that I had on the agenda at your February meeting. So if the board ultimately approves that budget amendment, regardless of what contractor we go with, that number will be cleaned up, so to speak. Governing body is running a little bit high right now. The public buildings and grounds, a little bit high. Spent a little more money on some of the improvements in this building and in the building across the street for the police evidence room and interview room. And ultimately, I hope all these numbers are conservative. I hope it comes in a little better than what I'm showing you here. But the bottom line is I think we'll end the fiscal year with about a $66,000 surplus at the end of the year. So hopefully it'll be a little better than that. Obviously, who knows what's going to happen over the next 4 months.
Can I ask a question? Do you negotiate the solid waste contractor? Is that just a done deal? Is there any way that you could offer a second trash can for a price to our citizens? I had several requests for it. I know it's a minor deal, but
Yeah, we already offer the option to secure an additional trash can. There's an additional cost associated with it.
how
So,
much is it? I did not know that. So I was asking, how
yeah.
much is it?
Heather, do you know the number offhand?
They have to reach out to solid waste, GFL, and set up a contract. an
Okay.
individual contract. It's like maybe $35 a month or something.
Okay,
Certainly so.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so, but along those lines, we certainly can negotiate with them at any time we want. Obviously, it's just got to be a cooperative process. But as you may recall in the comment section for the memo last month, that contract is up June 30th of 2025. And so I expect that we will, as a town, decide what level of service we want and whatever you may want to change. Like you may want to just give everybody 2 containers, for example. I don't know if you do, but whatever you want to change, we can change at that time.
190,000
So,
bucks, but I've only had a couple people ask me, so I don't foresee it.
I expect we'll go out for bids. And as I mentioned, I would go out for bids probably later this year or early next year, because if you wind up selecting a different contractor, there's a lot of lead time in getting trucks in place and people in place. It's not a simple transition. And I want to give them, if we pick a new contractor, enough time to get it right and do well. So keep that in the back of your mind. So any other questions about the general fund for the current year?
How often, how many times a year do we see our sales tax distribution funds come in?
They come in monthly. Usually we get them about the second week of the month, but there's a 4-month lag in them. So like, for example, the one we just got in February was for people actually buying something in the store during the month of October. So by the time that the state collects it from the vendors, and by the time they process it and send it to us, it's about 3 months. So that's probably the biggest thing for the current year for all of us to keep an eye on and just watch how that goes. So.
Year's conversation centered around that too during the budget process. So.
Yeah, we did exceptionally well last year, and we're still doing exceptionally well now compared to prior to last year. So again, I'm not overly worried about it, but I might be in May or June. So just keep an eye on that.
Well, I just want to point out to everybody that we wouldn't be discussing this if the county would distribute it more fairly, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
And that's an issue that it's going to involve politics at some point in time to get resolved.
As a certain county manager said, equality is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, I got that. But a lot going on.
Yeah.
Just for tools for your toolbox, John and Courtney may not know, I don't know, but if they change the format of distribution, we're subject to what, close to $400,000 a year.
Oh, yeah.
Just so you know that.
Now, just to clear, is that the ad valorem versus the capital model?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a proponent for a hybrid plan, which, not to get off topic here.
No, it's fine. That's great.
A hybrid plan which would not break any town's budget, and be installed with it, in a few years, what have you. So, but I know Mayor Baker has been extremely involved in discussion.
There's a lot of options there, but you got a lot of people that have no interest in discussing it right now.
That's
They're
why
getting the money. So
County elections are very important.
On the very next page, again, just the current status of the stormwater account. So currently we've got about 297,000 available. You all just approved almost 85,000 for the new excavator. So that number is going to go down. I expect we'll make that payment probably in the next month or so.
Have we taken delivery yet, Frank?
No, we just placed the order, I think, a couple days ago. So he said it'd probably be about 3 weeks if I remember correctly. So.
Tuesday after board meeting, they're about 2 to 3 weeks out.
And then on the trail, currently we got about 508,000 available. I hope, gosh, that all that money better be spent by June 30th, because we need to get the thing done. But so number 8 is your.
Can we go back to the trail?
Sure.
Where do we stand as far as, I know we're waiting for permits and everything?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over that here in
Okay.
a second if you don't mind waiting. So, so number 8, kind of an early look at next year's budget. And if you flip to I believe it's the 4th page after the tab. Preliminary projection for next year, just based on what we know right now, what the revenues are trending like. I expect that you'll have about $115,000 of discretionary money heading into next year. And now there are many assumptions built into this, and I want you to understand those. One is it's just status quo. It's basically just everything we need to do to keep the lights on, keep the current services provided, keep the current employees employed. So there are no cost of living increases in there. There are no new positions in there. There's no school resource officer in there. There's no capital in there. There's no vehicle replacements. It's just all of basically our current obligations for personnel and benefits and operating expenses. I did go ahead and plug in some funding for increases in employee health insurance, and also the retirement system contribution is going up just very slightly for next year. So when I put this together, the assumption was, okay, if we did nothing else and we just wanted to keep everything going, this is about what you'd need to spend, about $2.1 million. On the revenue side, property taxes, I feel pretty good about that number. I got the most recent values from the county a few weeks ago, plugged in a 1% growth rate. And so 1% is about $4.7 million. And so we did 16 new homes this last year. So if each one of those was $500,000 each, you're looking at $8 million. So I assumed 4.7 million, give or take. If those were 300,000 each, you're right at about the 4.8 million. So, and again, all these numbers will be refined between now and May, but this is the thought process. The sales tax, I may be a little too optimistic on this. I basically plugged in a 2.5% growth rate for next year. Your guess is as good as mine. But that's the number. So that's the key number, I think, for us to focus on when we get to May and June and really dig deep into that. And I'll be doing that, over the course of the next couple of months. Everything else looking pretty good. You can see the big increases are permits and fees. Again, it's boat ramp, pass revenues primarily, and then on investment earnings. I planned on $60,000 in investment earnings next year. Basically, I assumed a 3% return on $2 million. Now, if the rates wind up being 4%, that number will be higher. If it goes a little lower, everything I'm hearing is that the Fed is talking about slightly delaying the rate cuts. So we'll see. But that's another important thing. Just keep in mind and as we go forward. So, I don't think it's the greatest projection for next year, but I don't think it's bad. I think you've got some flexibility. You all just going to have to figure out what's most important to you. And you'll have various tools at your disposal that we'll talk about a little bit later on. You may decide to spend that $115,000 on whatever items are most important to you on this agenda. You may decide to touch a little bit of that fund balance and do some one-time things. You may think about some other revenue enhancements. I didn't propose any as part of this, but if you have ideas, I'm all ears. So overall, not great, but not bad either. Like, I think we're fine, basically. We just may not be able to do as much as we might like to do. So if you look to the next page, again, I just projected out the capital projects. So the one thing I want to point to you, and this is one of those options that you all have available to you, on the stormwater improvements, you recall that at the moment, when you back out the funding for the mini excavator, we've got about $212,000 left in that. I'm hoping that with our public works staff and the new equipment, that we can finish these next 5 locations for around $100,000. That's my goal. We'll see, just from Ryan and I's preliminary reconnaissance and discussions. I'm hoping we'll wind up with about $113,000 left in this account. And that money would be available to you all to decide to do whatever you want to do with it. You may say, keep doing more stormwater stuff. You may say, go buy a piece of land. You may say, put it in the bank. That's really going to be up to you, but that's my goal. The remaining 5 locations are not terribly complex, and we'll talk about those in a minute. And again, on the trail, my goal is to have the thing built and all this money spent by June 30th, with the exception of the recent donation from the Turkey Trot, where they had requested putting in some amenities in honor of an individual in the community. So any questions about the projection for next year?
Yeah. Percentage wise, how confident are you that we're going to end up with $115,000 revenue surplus?
Like odds, is that what you're looking for?
Oh, yeah.
I'd probably give it, I definitely would give it an 80% confidence level. I might give it a little bit more than that. It really kind of depends on how things go over the next few months.
I'm kind of thinking, Bear's pointing out that we can kind of use a conservative approach on the budget, and always, if that comes true, can use those funds throughout next year in a budget amendment if something pops up.
Sure.
One of the places we left it last year was we really weren't strong in capital outlay.
Correct.
Does this number of 115 reflect that change, or did you still leave that out pending what we talk about today?
Yeah, so this projection doesn't have any capital in it.
That's what-
Depends on what you all tell me today. And then, like I said, we'll take that feedback and build the budget to give you in May. That'll be the real budget, so to speak. So,
Yeah, I hate to use the term disposable income, but
Yeah,
discretionary funds.
Right.
I guess. I don't know. I think better term.
yeah, and so like, for example, you all may say, you know what, we really think we need to cut the tax rate, right? So like you could cut the tax rate by 2 cents. That'll cost you $94,000. You could do that. You could say, hey, we want to spend the $115,000 all on police cars or public works. That's you guys. You guys are the decision makers, right? You get to make the final decision. So I'm trying to just hopefully lay it out for you to make that process as easy as possible. So
One thing I wanted to point out with the tax rate, I'm glad Paxton came walking in, our historian. Paxton, was our tax rate like one time up close to 30 cents?
31.
Yes, yes.
It was 31 at one time, wasn't it, Paxton?
Just tools for your toolbox for everybody in the room. Our tax rate
Was it so
in town
high?
was almost 30 cents at one time. So
Weren't as many houses.
just, we had one employee in town hall, so just a perspective of what's happened in Cape Carteret over the years.
And it's going to keep coming.
Yep. Thank you, Paxton.
Number 9, future budget information, kind of touching on the question that Cameron just had. One of my goals, and honestly, I had hoped to accomplish it before now, but I haven't. But one of my goals is to come up with a 5-year capital replacement, capital improvement plan, because I think we absolutely need to be setting aside some money or staggering the replacement of police cars and public works trucks and other equipment and so forth. And I'm still trying to sort all of that out. What I included in the packet for you is just a list of all of the major capital equipment that we have in police and public works. So in police, we've got 9 police cars. 2 of those are spares, essentially. They're all relatively new. And the reason for that is we've leased a total of 6 new police cars over the last couple of years. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in just a second too. But so we're not in any dire straits. Like all of our police cars are in good shape. All of our public works equipment's in pretty good shape. I just don't want it to come back and bite us, 2 years, 4 years, 5 years from now. So I know the town entered into these lease agreements. My approach, I'm generally not a fan of the lease agreements. I would much rather just simply plan accordingly and maybe budget the replacement of 1 police car per year or maybe 2, or set it up so it's a level expenditure so that you don't get a spike in your budget each year. Different people have different philosophies. That's mine. I'm trying to basically make it almost like a recurring operating expense for vehicles and lawnmowers and backhoes and all that kind of stuff. So so there's no money in this budget projection I just showed you to do this. I think realistically, we probably need to be setting aside at least $50,000 a year, and maybe more than that, could be as high as $100,000. And I'm going to work on that over the next few months. We are currently budgeting about $57,000 a year for the lease payments on the existing police cars. Those will expire in a couple of years. The one option for you all to consider, as of July 1st, I expect that we're going to owe about $111,000 on those police vehicles. And so I've got the $57,000 plugged into the projection right now, and obviously that'll be in the budget next year unless y'all do something different. One thing that you may want to consider is taking some fund balance. It would be $64,000 and just paying off everything on July 1st, being done with it, and that would set us up for next year to start replacing police cars or public works trucks or whatever. There's nothing dire about this right now. Again, I just don't want to get into a situation a couple of years from now where you're like, oh gosh, why didn't we talk about this, right?
Plan ahead.
So that's something for you to keep in mind. In terms of the longer term, I'm sorry.
Just one question about that. This is something I don't really understand, but we had that brief from the accountant, that had reviewed our books. They talked about the police cars not being capitalized as an expense. I guess from that standpoint, would this be something smart to do, or is it just kind of, it doesn't matter?
I think from the financial reporting perspective, it probably doesn't matter. I personally think it's better because it's probably not a big number, but there's like a 8 to 10% interest rate built into those lease rates,
That's
right?
what I was
So,
gonna ask is how
so
much
we're
you
essentially
save.
financing them. And so probably doesn't come out to be that big of a number. I just don't want to pay 8 to 10% for anything. Right? So,
Well, I think that's important. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Are you asking, in your format here, are you asking the board for suggestions on the upcoming budget on every one of these pages, or we're gonna do that at the end, or what? Because I have a list that long on police department.
Yeah. So we're going to go through each item.
So are
And
you asking opinions on lease versus purchase now?
you can, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
You can express your ideas and priorities as we go through these items. If we haven't hit on those, I'm going to recap with you at the end because we'll make sure I'm hearing you correctly. So
I've got 4 pages.
yeah, well, fire away. That's why we're here.
I'm just-
Well, fire away on
this,
police
okay,
cars.
I just
Yeah.
want to propose one thing to the board. And this has been hashed out for years and years about, prior to my election on this board 6 years ago, the town spent, I think it was $230,000 on the entire fleet, just exhausted our reserve fund, okay? That's been on the mind of every commissioner. I don't know how y'all guys feel. I haven't talked to you about it before, but never again. That should never happen. We should be better planners than that. I tend to agree with you on the lease, but you gotta understand, I think the previous town manager kind of used Emerald Isle for a template and sold the lease deal, but, at that time, we didn't have any other options, but.
Yeah, and I'm not being critical of any
Yeah,
previous
okay,
decisions
but
by Zach or you all.
His-
So
Historically, and I don't know Chief Silva, but coming on the board, there was no maintenance records on those police cars, ever. Okay, so that's why their lifetime was 50,000 miles. So, but anyway, I'll cut to the chase here. I would like to advocate to purchase one police car in this budget.
Okay.
And one every year thereafter. When the lease expires, that we look at the leased vehicles we have, the mileages and condition, and perhaps buy at a very low cost from Enterprise some of those to kind of, until we get the plan. You follow what I'm saying?
sure.
Well, some of those police cars will probably be the lease is up in 2 years, right?
They're staggered. Yeah, some of them are.
Okay. Well, I mean, some of them may be worth purchasing because they're gonna take them to a wholesale lot. They're gonna get nothing out of it. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So maybe that may be an option, but I'm all for starting the process this year and purchasing one police car.
We can
We have to
certainly.
start sometime.
Yeah. We can certainly plan for that. I mean, I think I would probably recommend that you set aside the money for a future police car as opposed to buying one now, because the good news is all our cars are in pretty good shape. Like, honestly, we don't really need any police cars right now, but we do need to start planning.
Well,
And
I
so
mean, buy one or whatever, but set aside the money.
Yeah.
Out of this budget.
I think that would be probably a better
Yeah.
approach.
But you're saying don't buy out the lease this year, just set aside that money.
Yeah, set
Okay,
aside
yeah,
the money.
Okay.
Start your plan, your capital plan, or what have you. I'm looking at 7 police officers. We have 9 police vehicles, right? Is there a reason for that?
Upstairs, so one's in the shop. I will have one down for a week or so.
Okay. Okay.
Plus
We
the-
ran into that too. We had to buy some from Emerald Isle, some of their junk over there.
Plus, we're trying to beef up our part-time officers too, and so those cars are available too. So yeah. So
I know this also covers the public works stuff, but I absolutely want our capitalization fund to be started in this place.
Yeah.
And we can discuss how we make that happen, purchasing them now or whatever, but we need to start. We talked about it last year. We didn't start it last year. We're gonna start it this year.
Understood.
It's been talked to death, that's for
Yeah.
sure. But every year the budget seems to be more trying, but the last couple of years it's been a little easier. We should have started last year, yeah, sure. But
Yeah, so
Never too late.
when the lease obligations end, I mean, those vehicles will essentially be ours. And so you can look at trading them in on something new if you like at that time. Probably depends on the condition that we're in. You know, most of them are gray, some of them are black. I want to get them all the same color. There was some supply shortages when the last batch was ordered. And personally, I mean, not a big issue, but I'd rather see us driving white cars, but we can talk about that later.
Visibility.
Ours
For some
have been
reason, I
for
was
a long time.
I was under the impression that the Enterprise took those cars and sold them, and it kind of offset some of the.
I mean, essentially, we could, right? I mean, so we're going to have the equity in those vehicles
Okay.
when the leases are paid off. So that it's not like we're just going to give them back and be done. We'll have the equity in them. So
You know, that was
The main
part
thing
of
is to
the,
start a capital.
you know, part of that was to where you kept doing the lease. In other words, you get the car back, they give you another car and so forth. And that was also to me, the appeal of the lease when it first started. Here again, you get into something and it's always nice and prettier on the outside till you get in the middle of it, was the maintenance aspect of it, because you alluded to the fact that there weren't maintenance, and that was bringing that to the table, so to speak, an easier way to get used to having a maintenance program. But we need to have that regardless.
Well, we kind of had to scurry around and do something.
Right.
Our fleet of police cars was done.
yeah, there's nothing wrong with that approach. I just happen to not like it. I prefer the other approach better. So that doesn't mean there's something wrong with that. So
Well, because then you're not paying 8 to 10%.
that's right.
That's right. That's what kills you is that interest.
Well, lease companies making money.
Right.
We're not doing it
And
for free.
overfishing.
Yeah, as I would want to be making money
You wanna
too,
make
right?
money.
I mean, I had 127 semi-trailers leased out at one time, so I knew I made money.
Yeah.
It's a gimmick, but.
All right, so it sounds like there's at least some preliminary agreement among you all about starting to set aside money and get that plan in place. So, a couple of other things for you all to keep in mind going forward. I think the budget is basically structurally sound. The things I'm concerned about, again, there's no emergency, there's nothing urgent going on. That capital improvement program that we talked about just a minute ago. If you want to get to that 1 mile goal of PAL bill of street resurfacing each year, our PAL bill funds are going to come up probably $50,000 a year short. And so it really depends on what your goal is on that. That's a potential hole in the budget in the future. We'll talk about the new town hall police station later on today. I've got most of the time reserved for that. But if we do demolish the building out front, there's $60,000 of lease revenue in here that you potentially wouldn't get anymore. And then probably the biggest thing in the long term is from a practical standpoint, the boat ramp pass revenues are generating about $70,000, $67,000 more than we're spending on the lease. We've got some other expenses for police, public works, myself, administrative time, but you're probably not going to eliminate position in each of those functions when that goes away in 2031. Now, we'll talk about that a little bit more later too. But bottom line is the future looks okay, but we need to be smart about it going forward. So,
All right. One statement about the PAL bill you brought up, you're saying it would cost us about $6,000 more than what we get from PAL funds to achieve the 1 mile?
about 50,000, 50 or 60,000, give or take.
I thought it was too good to be true.
Yeah. I wish.
Well, I would say this, I would say that is a goal, but the question's gonna be, do we need a mile? Because we're going neighborhood to neighborhood. Just say, for instance, Bayshore, I can tell you right now, it probably won't need a mile for the pavement.
Okay.
So would you just take it like a year at a time?
Yeah, I've got that as an item coming up here in a minute.
Okay.
We can talk about it now if you want, but I've got
No, go
time
ahead.
set
No,
aside
go ahead.
for that question
You
for
brought up
y'all.
the
So,
PAL bill.
yeah. I'm just trying to point out the potential holes in your budget going forward, right? So, because I want you all to just be aware of these things and be thinking of them and hopefully making your decisions considering all of those things. So, so number 10, I've got probably a better sense from Will and Steve and Charlie and Cameron because I've been working with them longer. Obviously, John and Courtney, brand new. There's a new dynamic on the board. So we have new people bringing ideas, and we should consider those ideas, but we also have a change in the dynamic that affects the ideas. So, really what I want to do here for as long or as little as you all would like to is just hear your discussion about what you want this town to be, right? Like ultimately you guys are the leaders of the town and you need to set the vision for the town going forward. What do you want Cape Carteret to be in a broad general sense? And I listed a bunch of questions in here. We don't have to go through each one of these questions for you, but I was trying to get you thinking because what I want to do is I'm going to be listening very carefully to what you say. And then my job, hopefully, is to meld it all together. So I could probably talk to Charlie and he can tell me, I think we should do A, B, and C. Cameron may say, no, I think we should do D, E, and F. But what I'm trying to do is match up maybe C and D as close as I can, or A and E as close as I can. And then you multiply that by the 6 of you. So what do you all want this town to be?
The newbies. Y'all worked me for 6 years. I'll go last.
Well, the reason I ran for commissioner is because I've lived here a long time, and with my job, I do a lot of one-on-one talking, and it's everybody moved to this area to get away from the bigger cities. Like, they don't want to be in Jacksonville. They don't want to be in Moorhead. They like the quiet, quaint coastal feel. They like that we have access to the water. We're boating people, kayaking, paddleboarding. We like having those amenities close by. When you get off work, time changes, you can still enjoy, those amenities. And I want to work on the current infrastructure before we start any big projects. And one of the big things for me is to finish the path. And that entrance to Starbucks, between Starbucks and Walgreens, is something that, I think it's an eyesore that we need to try to figure something out. It's only going to get worse. And, just work on that kind of thing. Connecting Bayshore to Yohan. I think that's an important project. I don't know if 10 foot is the right answer. I don't know, money wise, but connecting the whole town is important to me. So, things like that. I'd like to keep it small. Town center, small, nothing big as far as I'm concerned, but that's just my opinion. I like this feel that we have. I know we're going to grow. I know the progress is, can't stop it, but I'd like to help manage it, for the people who live here and for the business owners, that it doesn't get too ridiculous. And I know some people like all the lots to be filled. I'd be happy if they didn't fill anymore.
Okay.
I think we have enough people, but that's just my personal opinion. I know we got a business in town, like, get some revenue, but it's just kind of I have lots of thoughts, but that's the general.
Okay. No, that's
general.
I got some key points out of that. So, and again, I want you all to talk about this with each other, right? Like, I know you're talking to me and I asked the question, but it's really the 6 of you deciding what you all want the town to be. So,
I would just like to say the reason I ran is pretty much like same willing as Courtney. But my biggest problem is that if I look at our future, we're going to, I look at 30 years ago, when I first, 35 years ago, when I first moved here, and what it is today. If you translate that out 20 years, we don't have a plan in place right now to keep up with the infrastructure, keep up with the police department, because what we're going to see is going to be constant growth, probably 10 to 15% a year for the next, to we're out of land. And I would really, really, really love to have some sort of plan in place so that we do have a capital reserve going forward. And we are planning to enhance the police department and public works. The public works department has come a long way in the last 5 years. And I want to thank Ryan for that because he's been a big help. And Cape Carteret is a great place to live. And people come here because we got water access. We're affordable. we have both waterfront properties as well as communities. And we serve all the citizens. That's what my goal is.
Good stuff.
I don't know that, I don't really have a whole lot to add to any of those things, but I want us to be in a position where we and our future boards in the town can make decisions based on what needs to happen and not what we can afford. Right? I want our planning to make sure that whatever direction we end up going, that we make the decisions as a town. The town makes the decisions it wants to or needs to make without worrying whether or not they're going to be able to afford it. So, anyway.
So basically stay in a comfortable financial position so that we can meet the needs without too much stress,
Yeah,
basically.
There's no good decision ever got made in duress.
That's correct. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and just to sort of springboard off of that, and even some of what John was saying, you know, John and I, we had attended that meeting that we had about the town center concept, and I thought it was a good meeting. I haven't talked to you about it, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I thought it was a very good meeting. You know, Courtney, you say, talking about the small town and things like that, and I agree with that 100%. And, you know, the town center, I don't want it to get this, because it was actually stated multiple times in that meeting. I don't want to equate town center with Mayfair. You know, I don't want it to become this, that's the footprint. I actually think town center could have like open areas where it's not so overbuilt and things like that. And it could still be nice. You know, we talked about, you know, town hall. I mean, we have a great situation back here with the stage and the Sounds by the Sound and the fall festival. We have a great setup, and I think it's really nice to be able to go to something in your own town, a festival in your own town. And so I kind of like that small town, and I agree with you. I think a lot of people moved here because of that, and I think we can achieve that. There was something you said that I was gonna, but I forget now.
You're too young for that.
It happens. So you know, and after that meeting, you know, I haven't really talked to you. I'd like to get, you know, what your 35,000 foot view of that meeting was. But I agree with you. Both of you said we need to fix infrastructure, what we have right now. And I think 100%. We gotta fix what we have before we start looking, you know, in the future. And I think we can do it. And I think we can all work together. You know, Paxton was in that meeting and Mac, and I think everybody sort of, there's a common denominator there on what everybody wants. And I'm saying the owners of that property. And I think we can all work together and all those goals can be achieved.
Okay.
So, anyway, I think you're getting ready to say something. I don't. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's kind of my vision. I mean, you know, there are empty lots, and unfortunately, you know, I think it'd be great too if they stayed empty. But you know, I don't know that we can. I don't know that that's reality.
I know a good realtor if you want to buy
Yeah, we just buy them all. But I don't know. I don't think that's reality. And so I think, like John said, that strategic, you know, plan, that how we really have that vision for the future, I think it's so much more important right now in Cape Carteret than it's ever been, because the growth is so close in time.
I think that I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think though that by focusing on these infrastructure and the things that we can control and upgrade and prepare for will give us the base to go in whatever direction the town decides to go forward.
Absolutely. Yep.
For me, that's just kind of more important than some of the rest of it. Private property owners, they may want something and change its hands. They may want something different, you know, but we can be prepared as a town to have the base the infrastructure that's needed to do go where we need.
Okay.
And not have to worry about it.
I think just from Cameron and from Courtney, kind of what I think I heard you saying, and I guess I'm trying to calibrate my perception with you guys, is that maybe proceed with the town center stuff, but in a way that doesn't lose that small town charm in Cape Carteret, and try to find that right balance there. Is that a fair statement as to what y'all are saying?
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I'd also like to throw in, when we're doing the planning, I'd like to see more efficient use of stormwater to retain more water on properties before it's discharged to either town roads or to our water systems, so that we keep our number one asset alive and well.
Okay.
Because people aren't going to move here if we have closed waters for clamming and shrimping and fishing. And our tax value may drop significantly if that happens.
Very good.
It's your turn.
Two people haven't spoke yet, so.
I yield to the man with the most paper.
No, I just want to, I agree with, concentrating on what we as a board can control. That's been the mindset for several years on this board. Not so much, try to dictate what happens over there in the commercial district. Let the business owners do what they, make it easier for them. And I think on our next agenda is the first step forward with that. The planning board recommended the zoning change, which I'm all for, by the way, but I'll speak before the next meeting. But it's always been every candidate's talking points to maintain the small town appeal here. And I think Cape Carteret has done that. I think it will continue to do that. Basically, we've always been a bedroom community, and I'm fine with that. I don't care if we ever cut down another tree. I'm fine with that. I'm thankful for the Croatan National Forest that borders our borders and prevents overbuilding, turn into something like Myrtle Beach or something like that. I think we're very fortunate to live where we are. I think we need to maintain safety in our town by supporting our police department for whatever needs they require. I think we're fortunate to have a clean and manicured town, so we need to support our public works department for what they need to do that job, and our efficiently operated town by our staff. We need to support their needs. Progress is going to come whether you want it or not. You just need to be prepared for it, and
Can't afford to turn a blind
use
eye.
common sense above anything when you make any decisions on this kind of thing. So
Just to
I'm fairly happy with, like Courtney said, I'm happy with a small, quaint bedroom community. I would like to see, Ms. Holtz, I would like to see some type of retirement patio type things if somebody approaches you to.
I hear you.
And I think we've all talked about that for years and years.
Years and years.
And when you get older like I am, you start really thinking about those things. But anyway, that's all I got to say.
No, that's take your time. That's what we're here for.
Just to be clear, when I say infrastructure, not only do I mean physical infrastructure, but the folks, the police department and works, all the things that make the town
Right.
go.
Yeah.
Click.
I agree with that.
Make the town
That's part
go.
of it. And that's where we are so blessed to be. I tell people all the time, I said, there are a lot of towns that would love to be in our position fiscally and structurally. I'm looking at the towns around us and you know, when we became a town and they became towns just so we wouldn't take them over, because back in the day you had forced annexation, and now I think they're regretting those decisions. And I would see, you know, in not too distant a future, them wanting to be part of our town. Because, you know, look at what it would take now to start a police department or to do the infrastructure that we have. And so, you know, yeah, they saved 5 cents 20 years ago, but it's going to cost them, you know, quadruples amounts now to try to catch up with us. And that's the things we're dealing with, is even though we're a small town and we want to keep what we got great, you know, we're affected by everything around us. And I want to help our neighbors as much as possible. At the same point, you know, we're the ones that have invested into this. We're the ones that pay this police department. hey, how about a little something for the effort? But I'm a tree planter. I love to plant trees, and it's not for me. It's for the next guy. It's for looking for the betterment of things that are greater than me. And that's how I see the town is we're making decisions here, not for us, but the next go around. And 20 years from now, we talk about a 5-year plan, in Hillsborough, we had a 20-year plan. And, when I first started doing it, like, you're a young man, you're like, what in the world am I looking 20 years ahead? But now I see, the importance of that, to have an idea, if nothing else. Sure, you can change your mind as you go along, but you gotta have something to start with.
Yeah.
And I think we're making some great progress here, especially, having great leadership, Frank. I hate to puff you up a little bit, but that is so true, that you gotta have people to say, okay, well, where do we start? And I think this board is going to be one to do that, so.
Yeah.
I just see the small town. I tell people all the time, we're Mayberry, but we have a big intersection.
You can smile, Frank.
No. What I'm actually thinking about John's comment.
Totally different.
No, I'm not, next thing you know, 30 years went by, right, John? I mean, and so.
When I came, I've said it before. When I came here, that light over there blinked between Labor Day and Memorial Day. And, it's the story that I tell everybody. You want to see what your future is, take the ride from 95 to Hilton Head and go through Ridgeland. That's what's coming our way. Because that ride can be had today from Maysville to the Emerald Isle Bridge that I had 35 years ago going to Hilton Head. It's honest.
Yeah. So 20 years from now, I don't expect any of us will be sitting here. Ryan might be, but I don't expect the rest of us will. But maybe Ryan will win the lottery and retire early. But I mean, what do you want the people 20 years from now to say? Gosh, that crowd in 2024, they did a good job on this. What do you want them to think that you all did well?
Change the form of government. I hope they're happy with that.
Plan for the future.
Yeah, the basics.
The basics.
That we did the basics and planned for the basics.
Protecting our waterways. That's the biggest thing for me.
Say again?
Protect our waterways.
Oh, without a doubt. It's our number one asset.
That's exactly right. Continue to keep those clean.
And hopefully be able to afford to live here at the same time.
Well, that was on my list, but I didn't want to offend anybody, but to continue to make this place affordable for blue collar workers is a biggie for me. Born and raised in North Carolina, we didn't make the kind of money they made in other places.
What are you saying?
John.
What are you saying? Come on now.
In New York, but it's always been been dear to me to keep this place affordable for blue collar people. They deserve it too. So.
All right, good stuff. And I appreciate the comments. And so I'm listening keenly to what y'all say, and in particular, the things between the lines a little bit. So you can tell me how well I listened in May and June. So, all right, well, thank you very much. Very helpful. Number 11 and 12, I just kind of wanted to quickly go through with you kind of where we stand on the stormwater improvements. So as you've heard me say before, there were 13 locations on the list when I got here in June of 2022. I'm proud that we've been able to address 8 of them. And so we have 5 left. One is on Loma Linda Court, basically between Anita Fort and Loma Linda Court. There's a low area back there, and I've got surveys of these locations in your packet where we've got to address that area. I'm hoping that we can find a pathway flowing via gravity to an existing catch basin kind of up by the church at the end of Loma Linda Court. So I think whether that's a combination of using our new excavator to just sculpt the land, or whether we're putting in some piping in there, just want to create an outlet for that little bowl that exists in that area. There's an area on Dolphin Street just south of Loma Linda Drive. Again, it's just a bowl. The water's got nowhere to go to get out of there. We think that we might be able to put in a catch basin and a pipe and tie it into some existing drainage features on Loma Linda Drive. Lejeune Road, basically between 24 and Park Avenue. Not quite sure what we need to do there, but the thing that we're trying, if we can get the equipment to work properly with Sunland, we want to kind of blow out all of those driveway culverts in that area and see what kind of difference that will make in that area. I think that's probably the biggest issue there. Live Oak Drive, between Park Avenue and Edgewater Court. That's an area, quite frankly, that I'm not sure how big of a problem it really is, but I think our attempt in that area is probably going to focus on cleaning out some driveway culverts, trying to sculpt some ditches in that area. Doesn't seem to be that big of an issue, as big of an issue as some of the other locations that we've dealt with. And then finally, there's a location on Loma Linda between Bonita and Manatee. Again, just a little bit of a low spot there that's got nowhere to go. So I'm hoping we can find some way to just create an outlet there. In each of these locations, I think the new equipment, the mini excavator, is going to be very helpful. And Ryan and I will be working on those. I hope that we can finish those sometime within the next 6 months or so, give or take, depending on what else is going on. So, like I said, we've got roughly $212,000 to do that. My goal is to hopefully do all that for about $100,000 in actual cash expenditures for maybe pipe, or maybe we may have to bring in some contractors to help out with some of the smaller things, but because my goal is to give you all some money back that you can decide what to do with. On the bicycle path project, that's behind number 12. I've probably built about 15 miles of dedicated 10-foot wide bicycle paths in my career. And I will tell you, they've been the most popular projects of my entire career. Like, everyone just loved them in the different communities I've worked for. This 1 mile segment is about to drive me bonkers. The permitting issues associated with this are driving me nuts. But I think that we're close to getting the permits on that. We've got to get an encroachment agreement from NCDOT because Taylor and Ocean Road and 58 are DOT roads. We also have to get basically an erosion and sedimentation control stormwater permit from DEQ that kind of goes hand in hand with the DOT. It's just been really frustrating because I will tell all of you, it is literally as simple. Think about your house, right? If you're at your house and you and your spouse say, hey, we want to put a sidewalk from the front door to the street, you probably call up a contractor and you say, put it there, right? Snake it this way, avoid that tree, make it look nice. These bike path projects and sidewalks aren't that much more challenging. They're a little more challenging, don't get me wrong, because you got traffic going by on state highways, but they're not that complicated. But this is really frustrating me. The good news is I think we're close. All the permits are submitted. I've had some back and forth with them. And I hope, I've been saying this for like 6 months now. I probably sound like a broken record. Nobody's going to trust me. I hope that we'll have the permits in the next month or so and can go out to bid. The main thing I want you to be aware of is that we're going to have about $492,000, give or take, to build this last segment. And it's a mile. And so the last segment that we did between the library and Arden Oaks was about a quarter of a mile. The asphalt portion of it cost less than $100,000. There's a pretty significant retaining wall there that thankfully we don't have anything that extensive in the remaining segment. So if you do the math, 100,000 times 4, logically you'd think, okay, 400,000 ought to do it. The street resurfacing bids that we have, 1 mile of streets, $125,000. They're 20-foot wide. This path is 10-foot wide. You can take the asphalt part, cut it in half. Maybe it's $60,000, $75,000. Got a lot of grading and a lot of other stormwater stuff to deal with. So I would say I probably have about a 60% confidence that the budget's going to be acceptable, be sufficient to finish the path. I say that because there's always some sort of crazy cost and some sort of crazy requirement that comes out of these permitting processes and so forth. So anyway, at this point on February 23rd, I will tell you, I think $492,000 is sufficient. But I also tell you, please don't be surprised if I show up with a construction contract and it's $550 or $600. If it's $700 or $800, gosh, I'm going to jump off the bridge, I think. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at with it.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's driving me bonkers because honestly, we should have had this thing done last fall.
Yeah.
but we'll get there, and I want to get it done and move on to whatever else is important to you all. And honestly, I think you'll get a lot more people using it once the loop is completed, right? You'll get more interest and more
I've seen
activity.
a lot of people on it now. That's the most I've ever seen people on it in the last year.
I got one comment, doesn't apply to this budget, but it may in future years. I just want to, especially the younger people, please don't start a project like this without permits and the end result, the money, everything before you break ground. This has been the biggest debacle in the history of this town. And I'll be so glad when it's done.
Me too.
It's been an embarrassment. The board that did this should be ashamed. Please, if you got anything to do with future government in this town, please make sure you have an end game.
100%.
That's all.
Let us know when the permits come in, if there's any egregious budgetary or things that are requirements that are gonna affect the budget.
Yeah, it gets into some stormwater considerations, the location of some piping. We've got a couple of wooden boardwalks, nothing more than probably 20 foot long, give or take. So I don't think there is, but I know there's gonna be something that's gonna be like ridiculous, but we'll see what comes out of
I
it.
got a question about the trail, like future funding liability for the trail. Like, do you have an idea of how much money we have to spend to maintain what we've already put down?
Yeah.
If we had to like redo a section or add.
I mean, I think nothing imminent. And I think it's probably pretty manageable going forward. I mean, if you think about it, we're trying to get at least 20 years out of our street segments. I mean, you got cars and heavy trucks and stuff going on. The bike path's really got nothing on it, but people walking and bicycles and occasional maintenance truck or whatever. So I don't expect you'll need to resurface these paths for probably at least 20 years and probably more like 30 years. Now we may do some, spot patching and things like that, but it's not a big liability, I guess is my point. So.
Yeah.
Can I add to what you just told Commissioner?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what the MOTV fund is for.
Oh,
And it generates how much a year, Frank?
About 15,000.
$15,000 a year in MOTV tax, which you pay on your licensed vehicle. You pay an extra, if you notice on your registration, you pay an extra $5 or $10.
that could be.
That was set up to maintain the trail.
Okay, cool.
We got clarification on that.
Yeah. And we've got that projection I gave you has that 15,000, it's 14,435, I think. That's got that going into the path in the future. And so that capacity's there for you.
If we don't use that 14, whatever, does it roll into the next year?
Well, the way that the budget's set up, each year it'll go into basically a capital project fund or reserve fund for the bike path. So it'll be set aside each year. And if we spend it, great. If we don't, it'll stay there for the bike path.
Because if say 5 years down the road, we get another Florence and we have catastrophic flooding again, and it's damaged.
FEMA kicks in.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah. So that's a good point. If it's a hurricane event, a federally declared disaster, that would be eligible for FEMA assistance, like any other public infrastructure. So.
Well, I do think it's a good question because, like, let's say it wasn't a hurricane and it was just a bad rain. We had a washout. If we haven't used that 15, let's say 2 years, we then have 30 to use to fix that spot.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask Brian, if we had to replace something, a section, do we need to up the money from 15 maybe to 18, maybe add $3,000 or $4,000? I'm just asking, Steve.
I'm just going, so
Go ahead.
you're talking about the MOTV?
Well, either that or into a new, a maintenance account of some sort for future maintenance.
Well, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be up to the board. If you decide, hey, we think we need to set aside 20,000 or 30,000 a year, we can set aside whatever number you think that is. Obviously, that comes at the expense of something else that you may want to do. I mean, the other option to you, and I'm not necessarily recommending this, but you could just increase that fee, right? If you want to double it from 5 to 10, and then you generate $28,000 or $30,000 a year. So those are the kinds of things that you all can consider and decide going forward.
I'd say keep the fee the same.
I don't want to start World War III.
Yeah.
Been on me for years to try to help do away with it. But
Well, I see that point because I look around here, and there's a lot of people that don't have their cars registered in this town.
Yep.
And so it's not really a fair tax. I got 3 cars, so I'm paying 3 times, but, 8 of my neighbors who have their cars in other states or towns, they're not paying a dime. So it's not really a fair tax. I'd much rather see it come out of general fund, raise the whole tax so everybody.
You're exactly right. I agree with you on that. But, and a big part of Bay Shore is part-time. So every time I get my registration, I miss $5, but
Yeah.
$5
I mean, it's
adds up.
minimal, but still.
Well,
right.
It's the principle.
Yeah,
Your
the
neighbor's
fairest
not
tax
paying.
is a use tax, and it's not a use tax. It's
That's right.
It's not.
So to answer your question, I'd leave it alone.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
touch it.
But I think to your point, I think it is going to go up in further years because as more people move here, more vehicles are registered. It will go up. So, but that's something that future boards will need to look at to make sure that, like you just said, if when it's all said and done, do we need 20? And we need to see, do we have enough in there to cover that? But I agree with you guys. I don't want to change it, but it will go up in the future.
Unless we have catastrophic events on a yearly basis that affect that trail.
That's right.
I don't see it.
We're gonna end up with so much money in that fund, we're gonna have to figure out things to do on it.
Absolutely.
And we did.
Yeah.
And we accumulated close to over $50,000 in that fund since you've been here. We used it for something. I forgot, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had
Because I questioned,
2 years ago.
Yeah.
I questioned whether we were authorized to use that money, and that's when we got specific
Yep.
guidelines on that money, which,
Yeah.
Ryan has the equipment guys to do small.
Yes.
He has the asphalt equipment for that, so I'll leave it alone. I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, I mean, and so the other thing with the 15,000 a year, give or take, however it grows, if you decide you want to do a new bike path segment, like let's say you want to do something just from Cape Point to Gill Pond, just as an example. I mean, you may let it accumulate and try to do something like that, or anywhere else in the town for that matter. I'm just making that example. The other thing to think about too is, so you got probably about 400 vacant lots left in the town, right? So if each one of those people have 2 cars, some people might have 3, you can kind of do the math on that and get a sense for what the future growth means. And then of course, it all depends on what happens in the town center, right? If there's a lot more development there, you're going to have more than the 400 lots, I guess is my point. So keep that in mind.
Plus, you can spend that MOTV money towards equipment to maintain that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Anything related.
Anything
Yeah.
So we were
related.
talking about an edger.
Yeah, he can, we
That's
can
a
buy
lot.
Edger for him to use on that.
And I think you made a good point. We can do a lot of it in-house.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
equipment he's
Over the
using.
years, the boards have been very gracious in buying stuff for, public works to do those type things. I don't see any major areas where it would potentially wash out anyway, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the right thought process. The good news is there's probably not going to be any significant maintenance issues that we can foresee. So, all right. So, good stuff. It's 10:15. I scheduled a break at 10:20 for 10 minutes or so. So if y'all want to take a little break and get something to drink or use the bathroom. Yeah, we're 5 minutes ahead. That's good. So 6 minutes.
I gotta go to work.
You just lungs healing, baby. Isn't it great?
No, I'm on for hours and 18.
I heard they were out all half yesterday.
Yeah.
Is this your Cadillac?
No. You did okay? Give me good thing.
Got it.
Dot,
Got it.
your window's down in your car.
Back window up.
Got keys?
Yeah.
I know that's.
What spot?
Yeah, I was at the mayor's dinner.
Just not, if you want me to go out there and roll them on, I can.
I got there early.
Yeah, and I told that. Well, it's kind of funny. Havelocks, Mayor.
Yeah, they're all of them.
I don't know these guys.
Yeah, you had Havelock Mayor, the guy too.
It's right here.
There's a bunch of different.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason, that's the new mayor of Atlantic Beach. The guy beside him is the town manager. That's the new town manager. That's the Swansboro mayor.
Is this your time to host?
No, it was Swansboro's time to host. That was a lot of us couldn't make it last night. So, I mean, well, the other night. I got there early.
Like I said, I just didn't want to say goodbye.
Starbucks is strong.
Price is gone so high. It's 90. So it's.
I get shit like that all the time.
It's in the top.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Uh, That's a big stuff. Okay, all right, good. I think I met him. He was at one of our things here last year. Fall
That's
Festival.
how I am. That's what makes
They wanted to get all of our these multi-family homes, and I handed out email addresses and
townhouse.
oh, yeah. And then.
golf day.
And speed bumps. We had, speed bumps. We had speed bumps. And,
Yeah, yeah.
so,
I didn't realize the person on that now.
That's what it's.
Yeah. See, then I would be doing something like that. Some of it is guys like me. I want to go spend 2 days driving 30 miles to be around this. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like this to sit there. He brought up the sales tax. So you're telling me, you know it's not right. Been doing all along, but now you're going to try to make us feel better about you and say, oh, I can do this. Hold this over them. This
Yeah.
It sucks. I need a 6-shot route.
Yeah. Well, see, you said.
I'm all right, but then when I get where I'm going,
Yeah.
I'm no longer going. I got that, trial.
it comes down to it. You still do a write-in. You think Baker's an easy name? It's 2,500 signatures. But I had to have that in.
Yeah. Wow. I got the ATs. Those cougars.
That's a different animal. I don't know if I would make a difference.
I mean, they were retired.
Yeah.
Well, not super loud, but
You notice it. You notice the difference.
Well, we gotta get
And really, it takes them to wear.
together.
How are you doing?
I think rather than approach it as
And on my screen.
there is a topic. It's something. You mentioned. So everybody's. Graduate percentage over here, just 10 years. The whole reason for all, I understand it, is so you hire. So that you gotta be, for each of those citizens, on average, $8,000, it's over 80.
What I'm talking about.
So that part could be checked.
Well, normally I would never be. I go here with flags.
I just thought it was
Yeah, very street down.
Well, they're not gonna give me a.
That's one of what he did.
That's
Him
something
and
he
his
said.
wife, break out. It's 8 years of love. So,
My transmission, about 8 months ago.
I'm walking now.
Some sensor went out, it went into the. And,
okay, some
trouble. Sam, Ari. And so, you know, the picture. Curtis. I think you're still.
I was thinking maybe if something goes away.
A little bit more. She was a good friend, so she's.
So I didn't bring it up.
But I haven't forgotten it. I mean, it's still on my head.
We're down.
We got a lot to do. A friend of mine is. Haven't we?
I got a chance. That's all right. If they don't want to take that, that's fine. You say you don't do it.
And that's every time I call them.
Well, she
Schedule
said,
something.
she told me last
I'm
night.
fine.
She knows that
We had one more.
she said that if you don't ever allow getting a new town manager, so Frank's might want to be back to us. And I said, oh, I don't.
See, I said, oh.
I said, he might, but I said, he would. And, so anyhow, they know I'm crazy about you. And actually, you know, Ron. She says she's just raving about what you're doing in this town. She's so excited.
I want him allowed to do well, but
So anyhow.
Very complicit.
Yeah, when I
this
saw
is
it, my
where-
tag is
where
like
the
a
90
facility.
and big
Tractors, trucks, trucks.
So anyhow, you got coffee?
No, just checking. I don't wear a fly. We're good.
There's just a town that wants to
We had more training.
You know, I'm sure amazed about how.
See how this
Did I tell you that way back in 19?
Yeah.
got him twice. Agreed. Well, it's a nice street.
But they were gonna have, they were gonna stop it. So I went. I couldn't get anybody to go with me. My husband had fallen out of bed on purpose, and we had operators at that time. There was no number on the phone.
Yeah, the guy wasn't come by, he had.
So we now went to the meeting, and all they talked about was camera. And so I stood up and said, excuse me, I'm in the yard order. And how everybody knows 911.
My buddy's got one.
That was
$90,000.
January and February.
They are true.
We're gonna have a
I
hearing
love.
on 911.
Really like to
And
get
it said, when
something.
Dorothy Marcus husband on board and
There you go. Yeah.
But
But
they didn't say they were going to table it. And so I kept them on the table and I may have saved lives. So that's my big thing. And I, the library here wasn't getting the pneumatic war fix and stuff. They were upset and I said, well, I can make it. And I called
See, that'd be something too.
since they manage large buildings. And I said, are you, if you're not the right person, tell me who the right person. And he said, I'm definitely the right person. Who came out to fix the pneumatic door and the roof and all kinds of things. And he said, and I'm just me.
That's right.
So anyhow, library, hospital. Well, anyhow, so I.
That's how.
Where I was. And,
But then when raining or.
Taking time.
okay. So
Trying to get everybody on track.
So anyhow, they sent out surveys. And so I was looking over. So I sent the survey to the hospital, president of the hospital. And the next day that they met with me, that was together. They said we have 4 people on the conference call. And as of today, we're going to have.
Well, is it even that?
To check out patients that are taken care of.
But I mean.
So, and you know, what was this highway? I asked her what it was.
Yeah. But man, I tell you, they're not
The Courtney's concerned with Starbucks.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little later.
And I told you that how I had written to Sweden and how you're in Sweden.
We're working on, I think it's like number 23 or 24.
So anyhow, the power of one is amazing.
That's right. And so somebody has to start. Sometimes those who
Everybody
plan.
complains about those speed bumps. I was the only one that kept after them for years.
Good.
So I'll let you go.
All right, well, good to see you, Doc.
But.
everything. It's crazy what stuff costs. I mean, just the simplest of things.
Well, and the only reason I can like even come close to justify side by side price is that when you get it all tricked out like that, you get with like, you can actually drive it around. Yeah, I would have, like, as long as I was close to the house, I would have.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I sure hope so. Yeah, ultimately, that's up to you guys, but I mean, if we stay on schedule, we'll be done around 2. That's good. Please take the rest of us with you.
Whether we're done or not, I ain't rolling out.
Take me with you. Although if people don't sit back down, we might not. They got another minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kids jumping on it.
We walked over there one day with the town, we went up there and they had the little Jeep, the little like gas powered Jeep.
Yes.
He was like, that's all you, but I mean, she would.
I want to get something that kids drive. When I was a kid, I go kart,
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
All right, so we can drink back up.
Saving
Nah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Batteries are expensive.
Those are very expensive.
These 9-volt?
Yeah.
Oh, Courtney. Okay.
I'll try to keep you guys on track. I know Will just stepped in the restroom, so hopefully he'll be out here in a second.
Showed the chief, this is on the next 10 acres that we bought. Little camp in the woods. Did you get in trouble?
Kids from over.
Time out.
I know you guys want to hear from someone other than my nasally voice, so.
Well, you know, we had in the past, on Lewis Property, for years, we had somebody camping out there.
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. Number 13, street resurfacing revenues and plans. You have a map in your packet. That's the town's PAL bill map. And so PAL must have been some legislator decades ago that they named the PAL bill revenues after. And so we receive money from the state. That it's a formula. All municipalities get it. It's based on the miles of street that you have in the town and also the population of the town, the permanent population. And so in Cape Carteret's situation, we get about $92,000 per year in PAL bill revenues. That's actually about a $10,000 increase this year. The General Assembly made some tweaks, allocated some additional funding last year. We used to bring in about 82,000. So 92,000 a year. I think you probably can plan on that number staying pretty constant in the future. As you know, we just looked at bids for 1 mile of streets at your meeting a couple weeks ago. The low bid on that project was around 130,000, give or take. That was thankfully considerably lower than what we had the previous year. The previous year, the contract was about 216,000. And one of the things that we're trying to do is each year focus on a particular neighborhood, and each year trying to put all of the street resurfacing we're going to do in close proximity to reduce costs, keep the mobilization down. So anyway, you can do the simple math. If we got 92,000 in PAL bill revenues, and let's say it costs 130, 140, 150 a year, you need to come up with some extra money. And so at your February 12th meeting, I had a budget amendment in there that essentially said, hey, my recommendation is let's spend those additional interest earnings and the additional lease payments and put it toward street resurfacing so that we can get to a mile. And so if in the future that's important to you, just know that we need to come up with, I think, at least $50,000 a year in budget capacity to fund street resurfacing in the future. Now, a couple of things for you to ponder. One is you may not think 1 mile's the right number. You may think it should be half mile or 3/4, or it may be 1.5 miles. It really kind of depends on what your goals are. I will tell you, I think 20 years is a pretty good life cycle for a municipal street. You can stretch them out to 25, you can take it down to 15, and what you're going to find if you serve in these roles for long enough is that some streets will last a lot longer than 20 and some streets won't. And that's just kind of the way it goes. But on average, about 20 years. So theoretically, if you resurface 1 mile a year for 20 years, you've got the whole system updated within that 20-year period. The other thing to think about is, we talked about the motor vehicle special taxes, roughly $14,000, $15,000 a year. The board has the flexibility to allocate that money for street resurfacing if you want to. It just so happens that a previous policy decision was made to earmark it for bicycle paths, sidewalks, those kind of things. but that's something you all have the power to change if you wanted. So the map that's in your packet, I apologize, it's a little bit hard to see. All the black lines are the town street network. If you looked really, really close, you'd see some purple lines on there. And those purple lines are the private streets. So pretty much all of our streets are public streets, with the exception of Cape Point, the streets in there, Golf and Dolphin Drive, Enterprise Drive, Hunter Pound Drive, which is really not even a street in any formal way. Quail Run, where John lives off of, and Clubhouse Drive through the golf course, which is also actually not a street. It's really more of a driveway for the golf course between Taylor Notion and Sutton Drive. So other than that, it's all yours. You got 20 miles of town streets that we all are responsible for. So I'll stop with that. Ryan's here if you have questions for him too, but really just kind of wanted to get your feedback. How much street paving do you want us to try to do each year?
I like the base of the planning for the planning factor anyway to be the miles so that we cover it in the lifespan of the street. However, I think when we're doing that, you know, I would, within reason, if we need to do 0.75 because that's the length of the street, so we do a whole street at a time. I'm not stuck to that 1 mile figure, but I do think that needs to be our base planning factor.
Target number.
Yeah, I'll second everything you just said.
Yeah, Frank, I'm okay with that, the basic of that, but, just using the Powell bill funds in your, budget. And if there is a street that needs, absolutely has to have, then you always have the option of a budget amendment during the year.
Understood.
So just budget the Powell bill funds, this is just my opinion. That's the way we've always handled it anyway.
That's right.
Would it be nice to have that luxury? Yes, but I don't think we have it.
I think that I agree with it. To me, the capital fund is more important that we force that into the budget than.
Okay.
I don't want to have to amend for the capital fund. We can amend for additional street.
Do we have a rating as far as going out and actually down the streets and see, well, this one is the worst type of thing, and put them in a scale so we can look at like what really needs to be done in the next, let's say, 5 years?
Yeah, well, ever since,
Most important.
I mean, you can have. Go ahead.
Well, so we don't, I guess the short answer is we don't have like a formal rating. You know, some communities will go out and assign different ratings to the various street segments. So there's consultants that make a living off of that kind of stuff. But what Ryan and I have been doing is we've been driving around looking at all the street segments together each year to kind of figure out what we need to do. So the way we've done it, Ryan will identify the streets he thinks. I'll go out with him, and then we'll kind of narrow it down and then make a recommendation to you.
Are we tracking that?
So, tracking like the.
How are we tracking that we're making
The prioritization of.
or no? Well, prioritization or what's been done and what going to be done, or do we have a way to track that? Are y'all working?
We certainly can probably put together a historical map of the segments that we've done over the last few years. But the truthful answer is no, we're not. I mean, we have an idea, but we're not doing anything formal in either one of your questions. We can try to do that. So
I think we need to track that. It's very easy over the course of 20 years to lose sight of where we've been and where we're going. So I think we need to track that. And that could be just as easy as, like a GPS point at the beginning and the end every year, and then you put them in a spreadsheet or whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be crazy or onerous, but we should be able to.
it's not difficult at all.
Well, what you're gonna find too, you're gonna find, like you mentioned earlier, some streets don't last as long as others because of the underlay and whatnot,
and that's fine. We can flex, but we don't have it. We're not tracking it. We got no way to know what.
because after a year, they start blending in with the rest of the streets.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, that spot on Quailwood, I think you've patched that multiple times, multiple years. Or is it Quailwood Court? Right at the intersection of Bahia. Anyway, not the point. The point is, I think it is good to track because some areas I feel like we're always patching and doing stuff. And again, but I also don't want it to be this like, you have to dig into the archives to, it just be something we do going forward. We keep track of where we're spending a lot of our time and efforts.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think it'll take some work, but I don't think it'll be too hard to go back in minutes and look at the segments that have been done over the last 5 years, 10 years, and start to build that historical map for you.
Yeah, I think 5 years would be,
Yeah.
like I said, don't spend all this time.
Yeah, I don't think we've only started paving in the last 5 years. For a while there, we didn't do any paving.
Yeah, and we certainly can, put together some sort of annual rating sheet to do that, and just basically with the public works input and town manager input, takes a little bit of effort, but that's not hard to do either, right? It's basically a drive around town once or twice a year. So. All right, so that's exactly the kind of feedback I'm looking to get from you all. So basically what you told me is we want to shoot for a mile, but we just want to plan on the PAL bill monies. If we need some additional funds, think about fund balance or a budget amendment or something at that time.
Well, that's what we're doing this.
Understood.
Next paving contract, it seems to have worked for
Okay.
years.
All right, good.
So for example, let's say Yopon, which is probably one of the most heaviest traffic roads coming in here in the Needham Port. So, the first 2 blocks is going to be most detrimental, but that last block may not need it. So
That's
just
right,
don't
sure.
do the whole mile. Let's just do where the need is and then track that going forward type of thing.
Yeah, I understand. Now, I just want to make sure that you all understand me correctly. So we're not going to go out and do a mile of streets just because we're trying to get to a mile, right? Like, we're looking at everything.
Right.
We're looking at the condition of the road. We're considering the traffic in that road. Sometimes we're thinking about whether there's going to be some new construction going on in that area. So if a half mile of the street needs it and the other half mile doesn't, we're not going to recommend the other half mile right now. So. Okay, great. Number 14, park improvements. We, as at least 4 of you know, and probably all 6 of you know, we had a Parks Improvements Committee that met several times last year. Cameron was the chairperson of that committee. They made some recommendations. I included a copy of their final report in your packet to give you a sense of what their thoughts and ideas were. They did seek out a lot of public input. Essentially, what they suggested is moving forward with some school-age play equipment. And Cameron, please add anything to this that you think is helpful. They seem to focus on the Taylor Notion Road Park, the little area right in front of the Public Works facility. There was some discussion about maybe adding a bathroom facility out back for the community park here. And then separately, as the board knows, we've been talking about trying to do bulkheads at all of the water access parks. So I kind of lumped all of those items together in this one discussion. Last year, we had a total of $15,000 in the current year, I should say. In the current year budget, we have a total of $15,000 to do a bulkhead at Easy Street, which we're basically putting on hold right now, trying to see if we're successful with the grant application that y'all approved about a month or so ago. And then we had $15,000 in there for other park improvements, which was really just kind of a pot of money to see what would happen with the Parks Improvements Committee. So we really haven't spent those funds yet. We did also install a new bulkhead at Manatee Street Park, and we did that out of last year's budget. We kind of did that in the June, July timeframe. I think that's part of the rollover that I talked about before. So that one is done. And so, the question for you all is, how important are park improvements in the future? One of the things that Ryan and I are working on right now and hoping to get done before the busy, warm season is really just trying to tidy up the existing parks, trying to better delineate the parking spaces, make them look more official and nice and better manicured and so forth. And going to be looking at maybe swapping out some of the picnic tables and benches with maybe the more durable plastic type material as opposed to the wood material. So with that, I'll stop and listen to your thoughts.
Bulkheads are highest on my priority list. Can't get land back once it's gone.
That's right.
Yeah, Frank,
And I hope we'll get the grant, and if we do, we'll do all of them. But if we don't, then I'll take that input. So
what's the balance in Parks Recreation line, budget line?
There's several different things in there, but we basically set aside $15,000 in the current year for undetermined park improvements that we really haven't spent yet. So.
Okay, where is the Easy Street bulkhead money at right now?
That's in Parks and Rec too. So that $30,000 is still
So you got
there,
30,000.
basically.
So that's what I'm getting at. So you got 30,000. Okay, every year the boards in the past have always put $10,000, $15,000. A lot of time, most time it don't get used, for what it's meant to be put in there. And I think I had that conversation with you about cleaning up the parks and
Yeah.
graveling and whatnot. We need to use that money this year.
Yeah.
In my opinion, and we budgeted for it, it needs to be used. I think we need to do a wait and see approach on the bulkheads.
Okay.
If we do get the grants, then you have that $15,000 more at disposal to use for your parks, and recreation. One thing that has bothered me for years is the fact we buy these cheap picnic tables, they don't last. And I spoke to Frank about it. You can get a commercial type picnic table with a 50-year warranty. You do the math in 50 years, how much we spend on picnic tables. You buy one picnic table with a warranty for 50 years, it just makes sense for me. Now the outlay of the money is going to be significantly higher than a Lowe's picnic table, but a 50-year warranty is attractive to me on that. Benches, the same thing, the good benches that we put on the trail, the real good polyurethane or whatever benches.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, potentially there's $30,000 in the current budget that would go a long ways towards all of our parks.
Yeah, and those are the things we're working on this spring,
Okay.
hoping to implement some of those.
And also, I would like to see, as far as the playground equipment, could you start looking into some grant money for those, for that?
Recreational grant money.
Of what, and I think Cameron could probably talk more better about what the committee came up with, but the only way we're gonna be able to get those playground equipment is through grants.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'd like to take a concerted effort to look into that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there's the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. It's a popular grant program. The grant applications are due May 1st this year. And that's something we could possibly target. That's a 50% match. So keep that in mind too. That's probably our best bet. There's another grant opportunity out there, but it's really more focused on playground equipment for disabled individuals and handicapped individuals. We could look into that also, but it's going to be a lot more focused on that. So.
Let me ask you a question. If we're on a grant, are they going to make us have ADA accessible equipment on that playground? Because
yeah, whatever we do is going to have to be meet whatever codes for ADA and so forth. But there's a specific grant program for that are tailored for handicapped individuals.
So could we tap both of those, the ADA and PARTIF?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
I'll look into both of those. I know the PARTIF one is due May 1st. I can't remember the deadline for the other one. It may be coming up real soon, but I'll let you know. I just and certainly there'll be opportunities next year as well.
I would use caution then to doing anything else out back until we finish our discussion on the town hall later on. So.
Okay.
But you got plenty of money to buy gravel.
We got some plans,
Yeah.
this spring. I know, my main priority right now is that we're gonna be tearing up Bogus Mountain Drive Park to get the drainage flowing right over there.
Yeah.
And get a nice grassy area over there. And delineating the parking area on Ferry Lane Park. My goal is to get a concrete curb for it, almost make it a permeable parking lot with just it's a number 4 stone on the bottom and a couple layers of 57 stone on the top.
Talking about the pier?
No, Ferry Lane.
Yeah, Ferry Lane. What's your plans for the pier? Newport?
I need 4.
The parking areas, anything?
How about lighting for that pier?
Yeah.
Is that,
That's a big question. A lot of people ask.
Couple thoughts, just so you're aware. I need a Fort Park. Actually, that's probably the best delineated parking spaces right now. There may not be enough because there's some other like worn out dirt areas basically, but we've got a couple of paved spaces that I need a Fort Park. The pier there, there was a light that was there kind of closer to I guess it would have been on the east side, that was lighting up like a baseball stadium. And we took that one out not too long ago. But we could certainly look at doing something out on the pier itself. It kind of depends on what you want, but the light was crazy bright there and it was was just too much,
I
so.
would recommend using the solar,
Solar,
deck lights. They're very.
On the pier itself, is that the kind of thing you're
Yeah.
looking for?
They're kind of flat, just go along the rail, kind of, with some of them.
Yeah, I'm sure we could do things like
Solar
that.
lighting,
That's
whatever.
easy, so, sure.
Going back just a little bit, I think, absolutely, I think we need to spend the money that we have in that, the 15,000 that was in that parks, just for the playground and park thing, was originally discussed to just be a match for some.
Sure.
Since then, the library has reached out and said that we could possibly do some type of joint effort for a playground right there in that area. And I think we should at least explore that. I don't know if that's gonna, be something that's viable, but I think we should at least, anytime we can enter into it, something like that, I think that would be good, considering what this stuff costs.
Is that county property?
Well, over on the library side, it is, yes.
But we have to seek permission from
Community college property.
Yeah.
community college.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah.
Got that,
When we have to get permission from those people?
Yeah.
But of course, we would work that out, whatever it had to be, but I just think that if, somebody, had the discussion, we can figure something
I
out.
think that's a great
Yes.
idea to reach out to them.
Yeah.
Is Mike Curtis still on the board of trustees at the college?
He retired.
Did he retire?
Resigned last year.
So one thing for y'all to ponder, so I will tell you this, every single one of us in this room is in the wrong business. We should have been in the
Yes.
playground equipment business, because the pricing on that stuff is unbelievable. But would you all, if we have limited funds, would you rather focus on playground equipment at a piece of town-owned property or at the library going forward? Well, it could be any of them. We've got the 4 non-waterfront parks. We've got Bahia Lane, we've got Taylor Notion, got Quailwood, and Community Park, right? So,
Which one did the committee?
I think we came up with Taylor Notion would really be in the best spot for something.
Because it's
Yeah.
centrally
The one in Public
located.
Works.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, so anyway, my question for you is, and I'll have to give it some more thought, and it's going to depend on the total cost, but let's just say, for example, you wanted to do one park and you wanted to do it really well. It won't surprise me if it costs at least 50,000, maybe 100,000. It really kind of depends.
Yeah, really.
And then the grant match on that's 50%. So you're starting to get into some big numbers real quick. So my question for you all is, would you rather focus on one of the parks that we already own, or do you want to try to work out something at the library?
I would rather, I'd really like to work with the library and see if they would go in with us on the Taylor Notion side. I mean, that's not too far from that property anyway. I don't know, but just to go back even further, I do think that we need to focus on the bulkheads, because I agree that you can't get the property back once it's gone.
Sure.
And then the second one being sort of a concurrent effort, being working whatever we can with the library, see if we can have a joint effort on that. And then if we can't, if that's not going to work out, then yes, focusing on Taylor Notion and doing whatever grant we can to match. And again, I don't expect us to take a park and develop it all in 1 year. It'd be great if we could just do a phased approach to, a couple pieces of equipment, whatever we can per year, and build it out that way. Because like you said, these things are too expensive to just come in there and build this massive monstrosity of a park.
Yeah.
And you got the maintenance aspect and the liability
Yeah.
aspect.
I think a little bit can go a long way in this.
Okay. I mean, I don't think we have a single piece of playground equipment anywhere in the town, if I'm not
do not.
mistaken. So,
No, we don't.
yeah. So anything would be a nice improvement, I think. So
That's a school playground.
that's true.
Really?
Yeah, and on the bulkhead, so we should get the answer on that grant probably around May 1st or so. So I hope that'll come through. If it does, life gets a lot easier. If it doesn't, then it's just going to depend on where that falls on the priority list for y'all. So.
But in the meantime, please concentrate on getting them up to par for the upcoming season with what you already have in the bank.
Sure.
How are you guys doing with the kayak storage? How's that going for you?
Going well. I mean, they're getting used. We got 3 of them now, one on Holly Lane, Anita Ford, and Bayshore Drive.
Have you had any thefts or anything, or is that, you figuring out a good secure way?
As far as they've been fine.
So if we were to do a really nice picnic table, is there a way to secure it so somebody don't want to take it to their?
Concrete.
A lot of the
They're-
ones they're pretty heavy. I mean, they're usually like either metal or powder coated,
Okay,
plastic or something like that. So
they're that nice, you know.
If
You're
you,
right there. I mean, we could do something to secure them down.
just one quick thought on that subject too, Brian, if, you look at, North Carolina, rest areas, they've gone to this type of course, the only part that would accommodate it would be the one in Fairland, because it's got the concrete
Right.
slab. Just kind of look it up, Google it, the North Carolina, rest area,
Mhm.
picnic
Yeah.
area shelter. I took pictures for you. If I can find them, I'll send them to you.
Yeah, please do.
Great. But yeah, so, I mean, the kayak racks have been pretty popular. I mean, we may try to do another one at some point at another water access park. They're not very expensive, and Public Works built them. So, and we've got, I think, what, 12 kayaks per rack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so-
think the Deer Fort.
Yeah, it's full.
Beefed it up. I may have added 4 more spots on
Yeah.
that one.
Are they being used by citizens of Cape Carteret or other people?
I think they're citizens.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
Cape Carteret citizens. Yeah.
they've certainly been, well received.
All right, number 15, it's good timing since we just got through the Christmas season. You know, every year at Christmas, in any community, you have folks who think that the local government should do maybe a better job on Christmas decorations. And so we've heard some of those comments as well. As you all know, Cedar Point has just a wealth of Christmas decorations up on 24.
Tax rate too.
Yeah, we get those comparisons. So, and I'm not saying that we should match them, but that's usually what sparks the comments from people in the town. So at any rate, we have 29 of the lighted decorations. Ryan's guys do a great job maintaining them. The wooden sleigh really wasn't very stable last year, so we didn't put that out. It kept falling over. If you want to add additional Christmas decorations on the existing power poles in the town, it's anywhere from $650 to $850 per decoration. If you want to add something where there's not currently an attachment for the Christmas decoration, you're up in around $1,000 per location. So let's say you wanted to add 10 additional locations. It's probably going to cost you at least $7,000, $8,000. Might cost you as much as $10,000 to give you just some ballpark figure for that. The other comment I've heard is maybe we should do something with like a bigger splash at the entrance to the town, maybe where the welcome to Cape Carteret sign is. I priced out some of those Christmas trees, and there's a couple pictures in here, but you know, really you can spend really anywhere from $7,000 to $100,000 on those things, depending on how tall you want to make them. The 14-foot tree came out to about $7,000. The 30-foot tree came out to about $30,000. I personally couldn't see us doing anything more than 30, and that might be too high too, if that's something you're interested in. But
Don't we have height restrictions in our town? Just kidding. I think 14 would probably be our best bet if we did anything at all.
I'm gonna yield my comments to the number one Christmas decorator in town.
I'm the
Mr.
wrong
Barnes.
person to ask.
Put up 8 or 9.
I have
Christmas
no
trees.
limit. It's like the bigger the
8 or 9
better.
Christmas trees in our house.
I'm not saying this just because you're a town commissioner, but we drove the whole town with that Christmas event, and you had absolutely the best ones in the whole town. I
know,
will guarantee.
Everybody has an addiction.
Is this something?
That was the biggest complaint I heard. Just take it away from my decorating.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's the cheapest thing.
There's-
What do you think about that? Just as long as there's lights, you're
Yeah.
happy, right?
Yeah, it's just-
And maybe see if Lowe's would like to donate the material to do that.
Is that something we could do? Stringing the
That's
lights
about
down.
something.
I think we could
You
fit
could buy a simple flagpole kit, and then attach your wires down and stake the wires down, you know, the
Yeah.
cordage,
And then you
whatever.
put it up.
Put a star on top.
Certainly a lot more affordable.
Well, no, with the issues in the past, if we're doing it out and after, we're doing the welcome sign is, you know, at McDonald's. I don't know what it is, but sometimes you get that wind just blows through.
It does.
Bronx.
That time of year.
Yeah.
Like November, December.
About like it is at Lowe's in the garden center, the wind
But,
blows.
Seemed like every other day last year, those deer and stuff were being blown around. Which that was nice what y'all did with that for the trailer to go around the sand. I had a lot of great feedback on that. They thought that was amazing.
I don't know if you guys ever driven through Swansboro, their town hall. They had a new sign, I think, this year.
Yeah.
Like Season's greeting.
Happy
Kind of
holidays.
I thought that was kind of neat.
I'd rather have Merry Christmas, to be honest with you.
I think we can figure something out without having to spend $7,000.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. How about the additional things that hang on the power poles? Do you think we have enough of those
How
now?
many poles?
How many poles you got with power already on, you don't use?
We have, I think we have 4 outlets that are not being used right now.
And how much?
I'm just not sure about the exact.
Depending
location of them.
on what you get, it's anywhere from about $600 to $800 a piece.
Well, I think you mentioned in your talking points that we have some that are approaching.
The extended life. Yeah, they're out of, their life is,
Didn't I read that somewhere?
No, I think,
Yeah, you
Ryan's guys do a good job of keeping them maintained.
Yeah.
So I don't know that there's any that are like on their last leg right now, but
The oldest ones are the ones with the wreaths, with the sailboat in them. I think those have got to be.
How many you got?
Those, we got 10.
and
Those are the oldest, and we have the 9 reindeer, which are new. They have the LED bulbs. And the others are incandescent bulbs. If we could look into switching them to LED bulbs, we have to replace them every year.
Why don't we do this? It seems like every year, as I stated earlier, we put 10, 15,000 Parks and Rec. It don't get used. We'll just wait and see approach. If it's not used this time next year, maybe you could just say, hey, buy us a couple of Christmas decorations or something.
yeah, fair enough. And again,
Always before Christmas decorations.
Yeah.
I'm like a terrible person to ask.
Well, I think we need to put you on the committee to look at
There you
the
go.
decorations.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you for
It'll be like,
volunteering.
okay.
Volunteer, just
I
like
need about
you did.
$200.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Got a tasker.
There you go.
The former mayor put me in the special events that time because I brought it up. Yeah, there you go.
You
You're
brought it up.
drafted.
You brought it
No,
up.
you're drafted. You're drafted.
they've got to have some, Carteret Craven's got to do something to get them
We drop
ready,
down on
so.
the pole with just a GFI outlet on it.
Oh, it's just a GFI.
Yeah, it's just a simple outlet.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing from you all is try to come up with some low-cost ideas to enhance it, and then maybe if we've got a little bit of extra funds, add a few of the electric or the power pole decorations when it gets closer. Is that a fair statement?
And if
How
Lowe's would
long
like to
we have-
donate the materials and we can
Okay.
donate by Lowe's son, help them out.
What's
Well,
that?
I don't think they've done anything this past year.
I gave the former.
We did the,
They just had a little-
we basically pulled Santa Claus through the whole town over 2 nights.
I was like her before.
I think in the past, before I got here, maybe they had like Santa Claus, and kids could come in. We did it one year in here and we didn't get as many people coming out, so.
I'm getting to the Easter one now.
Well, just like the mayor said, you've been drafted.
There you go. Congratulations.
Congratulations on your appointment.
Might be sorry.
All right, so number 16, Brian, you want to come up to the front and sit down? Had to be.
Rise and rise,
You
rise,
did a fine job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you guys.
So 4 of you have had some pretty extensive discussions about the school resource officer last year during the budget process and after. John and Courtney, I think, are somewhat up to speed on this. Essentially, we have 7 people in the police department. That includes the chief, that includes the school resource officer. The school resource officer is in the school basically 9 months out of the year, give or take. He's out in the community during the summer and over Christmas break. That, roughly speaking, that cost is about $82,000 per year. Because we get the benefit of the officer during the summertime, we pay about $25,000 for his services during the summer months and Christmas break. There is an additional grant through the county, through the school system for about $37,000. And then all of the towns in the White Oak service area, including Cape Carteret and including Carteret County, put in another $20,000, give or take, toward the school resource officer. So simple explanation is we pay for the school resource officer. We get about $57,000 of revenue. Actually, we get $54,000 because $3,000 of the of the cost is our share of the students in the school. So about $54,000 coming from the county and the other towns. There's been some discussion about possibly pulling that officer out of the school system, reassigning them to provide service in the community. That would be a tremendous help to our police department. They sort of breathe a sigh of relief in the summertime having that extra officer. It's a safer working environment for our officers, safer for the community. It makes scheduling easier, it makes training easier. It just helps in many, many ways. It gives us the ability to have 2 officers on duty more often than we would otherwise. If this town did not provide the school resource officer, and we did bring that person back into the community, I'm assuming the county and the schools would take away the $54,000. $57,000 is really the net impact. We'd have to come up with $57,000 to cover the full cost of that person. We made the request last summer for the sheriff to provide the school resource officer. Sheriff Buck seemed interested in that and willing to do that. Of course, he's struggling with recruitment and retention, just like every other law enforcement agency in America. But it ultimately comes down to the county commissioners. And the county commissioners have been hesitant to assign a sheriff's deputy to White Oak Elementary School. Most recently, Steve and John and Will and I met with 3 county commissioners and the county manager. They are still reluctant to assign a sheriff's deputy to White Oak Elementary School. They did seem receptive to providing additional funding to help Cape Carteret achieve its ultimate goal. So, no commitments, and it's only 3 county commissioners. It takes 4 to do anything with that group. But ballpark, it looked like they were talking about potentially identifying another $25,000, maybe $30,000 that could come to Cape Carteret. And ultimately, that would enable us to achieve the same end goal of getting another officer, putting him out in the streets. It's still that same additional net cost of about $57,000 a year for you all to consider. The other option that we talked about was possibly sending all of the grant revenue, the town contributions, and this additional $25,000 or so to Emerald Isle, and maybe have them provide the school resource officer. And in my opinion, it's kind of a no-brainer for them because they bring on additional people so they schedule more officers for the summertime because of the influx and so forth. And I've posed that that request to Emerald Isle. I haven't gotten a response after our most recent meeting last week. And I absolutely respect the fact that they need to make whatever decisions are best for their town. So I just haven't gotten an answer yet. If they wanted to do it, I think that's a great solution. If they don't, there'd either be no school resource officer or we would continue to do it. Again, I think for the same cost, we can add another officer out on the streets in the community. So I'll stop there. I just want to give you a brief overview of it.
Well, Mr.
No resource officer is no police officer in the school is really not an option, in my opinion.
Okay.
Let me just say something, Charlie. The county's bluffing. That's their responsibility. It's been their responsibility. The kindness of people's hearts in Cape Carteret 20 years ago, simply because someone pulled a knife on the principal at that time, Wanda Fowler, Dave Fowler, started this program. We're the only one that done it for years and years. Now, Newport, and I'm sure the mayor's going to speak about that, they do it too. They're not going, they're reluctant. They're not going to come out, ASA, here's the key. Last year, you guys remember, last year ASA agreed, okay? They will do it, they will have to do it, but we're going to have to be strong enough. The last board, by consensus, with 2 retired police chiefs on our board, agreed to bring SRO back into the department, remember? Okay. That said, until we draw the line, if you will, right, and they've been given a year's notice, but Frank's right, they come up with every excuse in the world not to, but it is their responsibility. That's not the city of Cape Carteret school. And our police chief will probably attest to this in a few minutes. His department is not able to provide the level of service to our citizens that they pay for currently because of that one officer is needed that badly. At one time, we used to have unwritten policy in town, always have 2 officers on the night
At
shift
night.
because we had officers that were being assaulted years ago. And, not want to speak out of school here, but I think we probably lost some officers to other departments because they didn't want to serve overnight by themselves. To me, this is the most important issue facing the town right now.
Were you getting ready to say something?
Now you go ahead.
Okay. I was, this was brought up this time last year. And, I was opposed to bringing the officer out of White Oak, but I wanted to think about it. And we sort of tabled it in a way. And then we talked about it after. And after thinking about it, this is one of the, I think, we talked about liability on these parks and things like that. I really feel like us having a resource officer in the school is probably one of the highest liability things that we have.
Well said.
And so if our job is to mitigate liability for the town, I think this is the number one mitigating factor that we can do. And to the point of the county being reluctant, I really don't understand why, because in reality, when they have resource officers or they have deputies in other schools, just from a standpoint of continuity, it makes sense to almost put them in all the schools. When they defer to other departments, how do we, if something does happen, how do they communicate? How do they control? I mean, you've got multiple agencies in different schools. That seems like that could breed chaos in the event something does happen. Now, we talked last year about absolutely if something were to happen and a sheriff's deputy was in the school, of course we would assist in responding, just like everybody would. But I think to have that officer be a Cape Carteret officer, I think is a high liability thing, and I just don't know that we want to be associated with that. Yeah. So I'm in favor of bringing that officer back to Cape Carteret because it obviously does help, but we need to come up with the 57.
Well, what kind of line are you I agree with you. I'd love to have a sheriff's office in there. How do you see we draw the line for the county then?
Let me say this first.
Let me finish.
Okay. I just want to give you some perspective on what Cameron said.
What you do, we're in the budget process here, as we were last year. We were told by the county that they would, the ASA wanted to do it, but they had to get permission. Then the county says, well, we're close to our budget, it would impact our budget. Well, we said, okay, it would impact ours too, so we'll wait a year. Well, the years come, they're reluctant. It's gonna cost them $800,000, if my hearing was good, if they put the remainder of county deputies in the schools, in the municipalities.
Yeah, it was a precedent.
But they would rather brag about how cheap the taxes are. And to your point, that's the whole thing in a nutshell. It's a liability issue. It's a liability issue for them. It is for us. The question is, it boils down to, it's their liability, not ours.
Well, it's a priority too, and they seem to want to throw more priority into a boat ramp than to the schools. So that's how I look at it, and as well as the fact that, we pay county taxes. Well, what do we get for our county taxes? And for you to tell me that because I'm a town that I'm worth less and I should, not be expecting anything, I think that's very bad.
We pay for those other officers.
That's right. So when they did the first school and they said, hey, we're going to put SROs on, I'm like, awesome. Now they're going to do all of them, but they didn't do that. And they drew the line with, if you're incorporated, sorry. You pay taxes, but you're not worth as much as everybody else. And that's sort of how I see that as a taxpayer.
Yeah. Well, I even brought up the fact that's no problem. We could de-annex the campus.
So to be clear, to be clear, what you're saying is that we put it in the budget like it's going to happen.
Yeah,
basically.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And Frank just called the county and said, well, the commissioners have decided to withdraw the SRO from the budget. And that gives them till what? When schools start back after summer?
August.
August
sometime, middle August.
And let's say, look, one more thing too. I'm sorry, Frank.
No.
The thing is, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but we only have one officer school trained in this, or is that right?
That's correct.
If he were to leave today,
What would we do?
ASA has multiple trained SROs. Don't let them fool you.
Yeah.
Okay. ASA wants this. The sheriff wants this. He wants a presence over here. He always has. He wants that. Your elected officials are the ones balking. So the pressure needs to be put on them.
Well, I think they have 9 openings right now, and ASA was asking for more funding from the commissioners to make it a better salary. Because I guess we lost one to Onslow County for like a $14,000 increase. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I
That's
think
their
that's
problem.
the root of the problem. They need
Yeah,
something that's
and then
more
you ask,
desirable.
then the commissioners will joke about it, about ASA asking for those things. I mean, they won't joke in public. Well, he asked for everything. They got 100 and some cars, and
Yeah.
if it wasn't for their budget, we'd do. It's time to draw the line, guys. It really is. It's time
There's
to draw the line.
$115,000 in there.
Well, a couple thoughts I just want to make sure you're aware of. So I personally, as a student of local government, believe that the county or the school system should provide the school resource officer. But I want to tell you what their perspective is, just so you can consider that. Their perspective is that our law enforcement agency is responsible for everything within our corporate limits, or any other town, Morehead City or Beaufort or what have you. So their position is that our police department would respond to Lowe's or Starbucks or whatever, that they should also respond and be responsible for White Oak Elementary School. I personally think schools are a different animal, and I think it should be a county responsibility, but I just want you to know what their position is. The second thing I want you to know is that if they are willing to provide that extra $25,000, give or take, they're almost pretty much covering the full cost of that. So then it doesn't become a financial argument anymore, because they will say to you, well, we're giving you all the money to hire the officer. It then becomes the issue of the liability and the badge that the person's wearing in the schools. And so I just want you to be aware of that as you consider what to do on it.
And I think that's,
My approach on that, they want to throw money at it and turn their back, okay? That solves nothing, and this is what, for you people that wasn't there in that meeting, and the mayor attests to it. I brought up the fact, well, we'll take that extra money and we'll bring our officer back, but we'll take that money with the grants and everything and hire a deputy from ASA. Well, they didn't know what to think about that.
That's what the towns are doing now down here.
They didn't know what to think about that. They just want to throw, hey, we'll give you a little money, everything's fine. But the liability issue was brought up. And as you that served on this board know, things happen.
Yep.
So.
well, and that just proves that if they're willing to pay full price for the person, then they don't want to own the liability.
That's the whole thing.
And that's reason enough right there to say, thank you, but no thank you.
You got a projected $115,000 in there, right? Which,
Correct, yeah, but so this would take roughly 57,000 of that, which is a big number, obviously.
I understand it is, but
We got it. We got that money. It's no problem.
That's ultimately your judgment to make, so.
We got a budget surplus of probably $115,000. I mean.
I'd like to see that in the next revision of the budget.
That position be
Yes.
brought within, yeah.
And I've got, when we get to the police department, I'm not trying to control the meeting, but I do have some plans to even lessen his budget and to present to you guys if you're interested in that too. Okay.
But I just would like, I don't really care how we do it, but I would like to see that in the next revision of the budget,
Okay.
that we are planning to take that guy back.
And I think the sooner the county's notified, the better off, right?
Yeah.
Everybody will be.
All right, so what I think I'm hearing from you all is that we want to pull the school resource officer out and we want to put him on the streets in Cape Carteret.
Yeah.
Correct. So, all right. All right, fair enough. That's exactly the kind of feedback I'm looking for from you all, so.
Chief,
I need officers on the street.
Yep, and that's what I want to give to you.
All right, so number 17, Chief Silva's really just, in my opinion, done a fantastic job in his 6 months, a little more than 6 months here. Already made a lot of nice improvements in the police department, has more planned. I kind of hit the highlights in here for you of the things that he's working on. Basically, I think he's trying to improve our competitiveness for retention and recruitment of law enforcement officers. It's a common theme everywhere. Our starting salary is 46,000 right now. He'd like to get it to 48. Also looking at some other incentives for people who have military background or certain training or live in the town limits. I think we could probably do something meaningful for around $13,000 per year. One of the big priorities for him is new rifles. In the police department, we only have one issued by the town right now. That's a one-time, roughly $20,000 expense. Probably, honestly, I would say the most important thing on here, in my opinion, is replacing the bulletproof vests for the officers. So that's about $8,000 a year. Obviously, I want to make sure we give our officers everything that they need to be safe. So if you can't do anything else on here, please do the vests. And Brian, you want to add anything to those comments?
I know the vests obviously are priority. As soon as you get here, you should get a vest. Some agencies, a pet peeve of mine, I would see guys, they'd be working on over 6, 7 months and then have a vest. And that's not, day one here, we're gonna order you a vest. That is my goal. The rifles, a rifle is a necessity in law enforcement now. Back when I got in, it used to be a thing where they were like, oh, y'all never have rifles. And then you had Columbine, and then you had the LA shootouts, and then progressively we've had school shootings in grocery stores and everywhere else. So rifles are necessary. For the last 3 months, we have been conducting rifle tests. We've been contacting major companies. We have selected one at 12 criteria that these rifles needed to make. And right now we're looking at going with the Steyr AUG. Steyr is giving us a very good rate on the Steyr AUG because they're dropping a new model that is not even out on the market. Steyr's customer service was above and beyond any other agency. They flew an instructor to us. He came up with ammo over 7 rifles, and we spent an entire afternoon on the range learning the Steyr AUG and how it functions and how we can use it in close quarter as well as in long distance, and the pros and cons of that weapon system versus others. And that is the one we have selected. And they are going to offer us a one-time price for that because that model hasn't worked on the market yet. So it'll be a benefit for us to be able to have it.
I got a proposal that I'd like to put before the board. In regard to your purchase of bulletproof vests, purchase of the rifles, and your $13,000 for salary increases potential. What's that come to, 33,000?
41.
Okay, we'll take away the 13,000, which is bulletproof vests and the rifles for 33,000.
28.
Okay, 28 for both of them.
Yeah.
Okay. What I would like to propose anyway is to take this out of the budget and go ahead and purchase them with the $112,000 to $137,000 of stormwater funds we're going to have to use at our discretion. Take this out of the budget altogether. Go ahead and do it now. That way we don't have that budget implication. We have the funds in stormwater that we're going to have left over. We know that.
Sure.
And we can allocate them to do anything we want to do. And I can't think of a better way to spend it than with our police department. That's just my opinion. It frees up that budget discussion altogether if we're doing that.
Yeah, it's certainly a viable option for you.
Can I ask a question, Steve?
Yeah.
If you're gonna do the 20 and the 8, how about doing the 5 for the new officers' uniforms?
Yeah, I had, that may be where I got the 33, because I had 30, yeah, that's it, the uniforms too, I'm sorry, the $5 grand for uniform. Just nip it in the
I mean,
bud, is what they use.
You know, new uniforms, chief, might bring you new applicants.
Yes, sir.
These are one-time purchases, we got a
got
one-time
the money.
fund available, let's use it.
Here we go back to Mayberry. Rather than one bullet, we had one rifle.
Hey, Barney, be quiet.
How you feel about that, Frank?
No,
I would add to.
Yeah, if we got the money this year,
One
I
thing
think
for
we should
Frank.
take that.
Okay.
Frank and the chief, I would encourage, anytime the department can apply for any grants for your needs, to please take advantage of those. Just encouragement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable plan going forward if you all are comfortable with that. I mean, the only real downside to that is if I'm wrong and these stormwater solutions cost more than I think they will, then you're going to have 33,000 less. But I feel pretty confident that money will be there for you all to do with it what you want to do with it. I will tell you, we got to get the vests, and I think the rifles are a top priority, so we can make that work if that's what you all would like to do. So,
But even if we're short on, from a stormwater standpoint, we still have it in the general fund and we could use that, couldn't we?
it's just, again, it's that $115,000 surplus that I talked about projected. It'll go quickly, right? If you just spend 57,000 of it, it sounds like, so then you're down to what, 115 minus 57. So you're at
Right.
like 60,000 bucks, give or take, left.
Well, I'm not talking about the projection for general fund. I'm talking about current. Like this seems like a good candidate. Everything, the 33, we'll just call it 33.
Yeah.
The 33 seems like a good candidate, regardless of whether we're short on whatever stormwater happens. We could pull that from, because this is not a recurring thing. This is just
Yeah.
we could pull that from the current general fund as a budget increase.
Yeah, I think certainly the 28 and the 33 are a priority item from my perspective. So whether you use stormwater funds or whether you use fund balance or whether you tell me to find it somewhere else, I think you should do it. And those are all good options. The stormwater option's a good one. And I don't think there's very little risk in doing that.
Let's do it point out too, Carolyn, that what this money came, I don't know if you know on the board, it came from, the COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just in case, instance here, Pelletier gave all of theirs to Western Corvette Fire as public safety things. So that's, but those remaining 5 spots, that backhoe or excavator we just purchased will
Should do a
take care
good
of
job.
every one of them. In my
Yeah.
opinion, I've looked at, especially one in Bayshore, so.
Let's do
I
it.
don't think we'll-
Yeah, I think I agree. I think we're in a good spot. I think let's go ahead and outfit and do what we need to do. So I agree with the proposal.
Frees that budget up pretty good.
It does. It actually cleans it up a little bit. It keeps us from putting this in next year's budget to just have to buy it later. Buy it
Obviously,
now.
to me, that's a need for now.
Yes.
Well, and that price is gonna go up significantly. If
Exactly.
we wait and let those things hit the market, I promise you that
Yeah,
price is
and if
going
you
up.
got a chance to
Chief,
get
that
that,
don't mean to come back and want $33,000 for something else now.
there's got to have.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Well, you heard him say that one time.
Throw an
fee.
extra
Yeah, one time fee, yeah.
You should have dropped that at the house.
So where does the salary, is that will be next year? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking for your feedback on that too. So,
To keep our officers, we don't want them going on slow.
yeah, and that's a recurring cost. So I would not recommend using fund balance or stormwater funds for that.
And that's
So
why I excluded it.
that's-
But I had a question. Let me get my mind right here because you two were on the board last year. If you remember, I brought it up about raising the starting salary for police officers, and I was bucked on it because something called compression. You remember you brought the salary compressions and whatnot up?
Vaguely,
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly
But I'm
what the
all
context.
I'm all for what he's asking for.
Okay.
As it was brought up in the county meeting, all the municipalities are struggling, they're fighting with everybody, it's a bidding war out here for police officers. And if we're gonna have a police department, I've always said we need to support it, maintain it, enhance it. $13,000 is not gonna break the budget for anybody for that, in my opinion.
So we're gonna do a one-time purchase for the rifles, clothes, and
That's-
vests, and then we're gonna put the 13
I
in
think
the budget.
Frank can answer that question. There's plenty of room in the budget for.
yeah, so again, this is all
Yeah.
preliminary
Yeah.
right now. I'm trying to get a sense of what your priorities are. It sounds like that's a priority to you all. And so I'm gonna be trying as hard as I can to fit it in what you get in May from me. But the 33,000 for the other items, we can go ahead and do that sooner than later.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good.
I would ask you to come before the board, at the very next board meeting and get the approval to move forward, transfer the funds.
Yeah, I'll bring y'all a budget amendment in the March meeting to do that. Sounds like everybody's on board. Yeah, sounds like everyone's on board for that. And then it sounds like the salary competitiveness is a high priority for you all, so I'm gonna try my best to get that in there. And y'all have another crack at all this too, to adjust it, so.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I hear great things, man. I think you're doing an awesome job.
I'm trying.
I won't take care of that one.
I would ask, if there's a grant out there for one of those flashing lights, please. It's been,
The speed, you're talking about like.
yeah, when it
Yeah,
says
I've got
you're
one
running
that's-
55 and it goes down, thank you, when you get to the speed limit. It's just a tool. Most small towns have those.
I've got a package on my desk from one company that puts them on the signs, we can make them the signs, and then I was also waiting to hear back from the trailer pricing. I reached out to a couple for the trailer pricing.
They're pretty expensive, aren't they?
Yeah, they
The two signs would be, I think they were advertising yesterday on the flyer I got, but that for them was 8,000 for two signs.
Yeah, we tried years ago.
I know where I can drag one over the bridge from.
Well, you know,
We had one of ours disappear from over there one time, so.
I ain't gonna tell you where it is either.
a lot of people speed and don't realize it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a good.
It's easy to do.
Yeah.
It is.
And they make them now with a blue light on them, or red light.
Yeah,
Yes.
So it'll flash like a police car blue light on top, and that really gets their attention versus just the yellow flash.
Remember if it's Rich Lands or one of them when you're heading that way, it's like that.
Certainly gets mine.
Yeah, because there again, a lot of us, I'm the same way. I'm just going along with traffic, but then you see that blue light, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
I mean, usually I'm right as a passenger.
All right, number 18, so the projection I gave you that showed the 115,000 doesn't have any cost of living increases in there for town employees. And so our payroll is about $911,000 across the entire organization. So every 1% increase you do, by the time you add in the percentage-driven benefits for Social Security, Medicare, retirement, et cetera, every 1% increase costs you about almost $12,000 across the entire organization. The latest CPI number that I looked at was 3.4%. So if you did a 3.4% cost of living increase, you're looking at roughly $39,000 of expense next year. I've broken down every 1% in there so you can do the math yourself. But I wanted to get a sense from you all what your goals are for any kind of cost of living increase going into next year.
Can I ask a silly question?
Yes.
Is that 39 times 14 or is that?
No, that's all
39
14.
total?
Yeah, 39 total.
I'm shaking your
Well, every year we give a COLA, since I've been on the
head.
board.
No, I just was wondering because it says,
Yeah, that's a
per
total.
employee and you got 14 full timers and just doing the math in my head.
No, it's the whole organization. Yeah. So,
Thank you.
What's your feeling about the other towns? What are they looking at?
it's really too early to tell on that. That'll all there'll be lots of conversations going on in April and May probably about what other towns are doing. But my whole career, I've tried to match the COLA with the CPI just because I want our people to feel like they're keeping up. And ideally, I want them to feel like they're getting ahead. So I'm always trying to do a little bit better. But
Retention.
always shoot for the CPI at least, and then depends on the budget circumstances. So. And I'll look at the CPI again in April, right before we finalize everything. I'll give you the most recent number, and who knows, might be a little less, might be a little higher. So.
Why don't we just table that until you come back then?
Yeah, that certainly we'll do that, but I just want to get a general sense from you all. I mean, if you all said to me, hey, it's just too tight of a year, we can't do anything, I'll take that feedback. If you all said, hey, we really want to do more for our folks, then I'll take that feedback.
That's probably, that has to be the largest COLA increase since I've been on this board.
Well, we did 5.3% last year because that was the CPI,
Right.
and obviously we've had the crazy inflation the last couple of years. So.
The 2.0 days for 2% days.
Yeah, most years in my career, it's been anywhere in the 2 to 3% range, give or take. So.
I'm all in favor of the 3.4. I don't, we've talked, when we started this meeting, we were at 115. We've talked about capital, and we've talked about, I don't know where we are with stuff. So I'm all in favor of this. I just don't know. I guess that's what you're going to come back to us with is all those numbers fit in.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're gonna go by whatever that is at that time, then probably wait till you come back and see what it is.
Okay, but I mean, I guess, and that's helpful to me, but I just want to get a sense for it. So preliminarily, it sounds like y'all want me to shoot for whatever the CPI adjustment is at that time, which it'll probably be something close to that. Is that a fair
Yeah,
statement?
that's fair.
Um,
Yeah, that's
I think that's good.
and you know, you all are going to get the whole package then, but like, for example, if this is 40,000 and it's 57,000 for the school resource officer, there's 97,000 you spent right there. And then if we're setting aside 25, 50,000 for capital in the future, you've kind of blown all
Yes,
that right
that's-
there. So
Well, if we come back and it's a deal breaker, then we'll talk about it.
yeah, well, that's right. All this stuff is that way too. But again, I'm trying to get a sense of your priorities going forward. And I'm going to try to make them all work. And hopefully I can be creative. Hopefully the revenues are a little better. Hopefully it doesn't go the opposite direction. You know, there may be something that you tell me today that you really want to see happen, that the reality is we just can't figure it out. But you all will have the final decision on that. So
Yeah, I think all the employees will agree that over the years, we've always been gracious and
Okay.
try to keep up with what.
Well, since we're being gracious, how about a raise, Dad?
all right. Well, I will shoot for the CPI in the recommended budget, and we'll see how things go. I'll keep you informed about that going forward. We're actually 10 minutes ahead of schedule. We have pizza coming at 11:45. We can take a little bit longer break if you like, or we can move on to one of the next items. I want to spend a lot of time with you on the town hall and the police station continuous. So if you want to keep going, I don't want to do that one next, but we can move on to the next, whatever
Can we
that.
go to item 22, which is scheduled for 10 minutes, should be pretty well cut and dry.
Yeah, we can absolutely go to that. So we'll go to 22. Yeah, just briefly, as was included in the packet, the town has purchased the Taylor Notion Road property, 100 Taylor Notion Road. Got a graphic in here for you. I haven't showed you any graphics. So let's see.
Sorry to interrupt, but the pizza is actually early, so.
Oh, well, there you
All
go.
right, well, we'll go through this real quick. I can't find the image real quick. It's in your packet, but on the Taylor Notion Road property, we bought that a few months ago. We paid $125,000 for it. It was really complicated on the title search, so we've spent about $135,000. The path is going to traverse the southern roughly 65 feet of that property, and that will be sufficient. The previous owners retained a 100-foot sign easement on the north side of that property. So when you back out the bike path and you back out the sign easement, there's still about 7/10 of an acre of developable property available. And so you could easily fit a single family home on that. There's a septic permit for that. That there's been some conversation about possibly making this property available for sale at some point in the future and try to recoup some portion or the full amount of the town's $135,000 investment in this. You could also decide to just simply hold on to the property, reserve it for some future public improvement going forward. You could decide to do something next year if you wanted to improve at that. So you have some options available for you, but that's a potential source of one-time revenues. I did some just preliminary research on the current real estate market. Obviously, Charlie's in real estate. The lowest priced residential lot in Cape Carteret right now is $85,000. That's a single family lot on Gambrel Way up in the Bob White Circle area, to give you some sense of what you might be able to get for this. The other issue here is that we own 2 vacant lots on Bahia Lane. Hold on one second. We own 2 vacant lots on Bahia Lane, and we've had some conversation about possibly gifting those to the homeowners association in Star Hill North. So I've had some preliminary conversations with the president of the homeowners association. There seems to be some interest there in doing that. She's uncertain of the legalities of how to make that decision, but there's at least an expression of interest there if the town wants to go forward with something like that. So there's the Bahia Lane lots. They're at the far end, almost right backing up against the forest almost. This is the Taylor Notion Road property. It's about 1.1 acres. This purple line is where the path will go through roughly. It's about 65 feet from that line. That's our permitted septic area. This is the sign area easement up here. When you look at all the setbacks that are in place in this for this parcel, you could fit a pretty decent sized house right in this area here. You might, if you're really creative, you probably could make it bigger than what I've shown there. So there's some flexibility there. The Star Hill covenants do not allow you to subdivide the property. Initially, I thought maybe we should try to fit 2 houses on there, but the covenants won't allow you to do that. That's if you want to market it for sale. If you don't and you want to keep it for the town, then, that's your call. I'm sorry, John.
What's it zoned for, residential?
It's zoned R30 residential.
Could it be zoned like B20?
You could, but the covenants won't allow you to do that.
Won't allow it, Paxton? Is that what I'm hearing?
As Frank said, you could, but the covenants won't allow it.
Yeah. It'd be more valuable if it was commercial.
Yeah,
Is all
absolutely.
I'm saying.
And if the covenants didn't
Can we
restrict
succeed
it, that'd
from
be
the
my
covenants?
recommendation to you. What's that?
Can we succeed from the covenances? Just kidding.
We purchased that lot, as you guys know, for one reason only,
Trail.
to shorten the length of the trail. Mission accomplished. I'm all for putting it on the market, selling it, putting money back in the coffers for something better.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I concur.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of head
Yeah,
nodding.
Do we need to wait till we finish the trail before we put it on the market?
Well, no, we're gonna give ourselves an easement.
Yeah, we're gonna give ourselves an easement.
Oh.
Yeah, gotta record
So
it.
that's gonna happen.
Yeah, the one thing, the Turkey Trot, the Aquatic Center and Turkey Trot donated some funds for some amenities and talked about maybe doing it up here, but you've got plenty of room in this portion that would be part of the bike path if you want to do that.
Yeah, for Jack.
Yeah, you could also look at the anywhere along the path really for that matter, Taylor Notion Road, or this was an area I talked with Deanna McKelman about possibly doing something up there.
Would we hire a realtor for that?
Just to be clear, the covenants will not allow for subdivision, so what we're talking about doing is giving ourselves an easement for that cleared portion at the bottom below the purple line, and then selling the entire parcel.
Yeah,
Correct.
And there would also remain an easement for the signs at the 100
Yes,
foot.
yeah.
So-
That's already.
So
Can't
technically,
forget the signs now. Forget the signs.
so technically, whoever bought this property from us would own the entire 1.1 acres. They just really couldn't use the bottom roughly 0.15 and the northern roughly 0.25, but still 7/10 of an acre is pretty good sized lot. So.
Yeah, I think we need to move forward with that as quick as possible. Frank.
Yeah, so you started to ask a question. We could certainly retain the services of an agent. I think I'd probably like to initially just start out with the town advertising that it's available through our social media, through our newsletters and stuff like that, and just see what happens, right? See what kind of offers we get. And I'll bring those offers obviously to you all to make a final decision. Or we could get an agent to represent us. It really is up to you.
I think you just advertise, save us some money.
I'd want to at least maybe
What's the
try
worst
that,
gonna
right?
happen is
So,
Sell mine.
yeah.
Oh, my God.
And as far as those 2 lots in Star Hill, boy, we've been through that for years and years and years. They don't want to park up there, right?
I think people want a park, they just don't want to pay for a park, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think it serves the town to put it on the far end of in a corner of Cape Carteret, it's.
And our hands are tied, we can't use it for anything but.
Yeah, it's got
recreation.
some legal restrictions.
The theory.
Are they
about the-
buildable lots?
The thing behind that.
I'm sorry.
They buildable
They are
lots?
buildable, but they have covenants that.
They're not, actually. Didn't we look into that?
We
They're
can't
not.
build on it.
Yeah, there,
I'm not saying
there-
us, if we were to sell them, can somebody?
We looked into that.
It's recreational. We've looked into all of that. We can't.
yeah, there's,
Oh, was that,
The
okay,
lots
those
were
were
gifted.
Doyle's,
Mike King had the lots gifted
Gotcha.
to the town. Theory was, well, it's not up there. The theory was to, and I don't know about it, to build a road through this lot next to the house that, was it connected to Chimney Branch Road, Paxton? Is that?
I forget where it was connected.
And that was
It was for a road.
that was the theme, but come to find out, I don't even think we can do that. It's all
Yeah.
tied up in
They're
the recreational type.
yeah, that's right. I mean, there's certainly, you probably can get a septic permit. They can meet all the zoning requirements and setbacks. The covenants don't allow you to use it for anything other than recreation, so.
I propose gifting them to Star Hill, let them do their own recreation. They're serving us no purpose.
Leave it a natural area, but let them
Well, I mean,
decide.
if they want a recreation, because it's so far back there, I mean, if they want to park back there, that's fine, but I don't think that when you spend town money on them, I'm happy to have them spend the
We've
homeowner
had multiple
association.
committees over the years, Charlie, that just came up with the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They know we cannot afford to put the park in unless we obtain grants. If you obtain grants, you have to open it up to the entire world to use.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, like we've said, if you develop that property into a park, it's gonna serve Star Hill North. It's just so far in the corner,
Yeah, don't serve it.
it doesn't serve the community. And so to have nothing at any other park, it makes sense to put something in a centroid area so that everybody in Cape Carteret can go to it.
We've had our attorney research that. We paid him to research all that.
Correct.
So, yeah, it's just the end results, we can't do anything with it. It's a burden. We have to keep it mowed, right, Ryan?
We do, yeah.
Do we?
Yeah.
Crazy question. Will we pay county taxes on that property?
No, we're tax exempt.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and then the homeowners association should be also,
Breaks leg or something over there, you know? Once again, the liability.
I'm with you. Further
Okay.
discussion.
well, I'm seeing a lot of head nodding, so I'll continue those conversations. Like I said, the president was receptive to that. She just wasn't quite sure of the legal way to do that for the homeowners association, not for the town. So I'll keep those conversations going and report back to you all at the appropriate time. So, okay, I think Heather said the pizza's here, and we're right on target for lunch at 11:45. If you want to stop now and then come back, talk about the town hall, police station options. So.
One of those pizzas is cauliflower crust, that's for one certain person, so make sure, and it's.
Sounds
got-
healthy.
It's got cheese on it, so don't eat that whole thing.
No, I want to build a command center. A concrete block building that if you get 180, you and me can sit there and talk like this.
Man, I don't know about you, but talking about all that stuff. What's good on making sure? Hey Cameron, I ate at Stamey's. I've ate there when I was a kid.
You all right, Doc?
Yeah.
You want me to get you some?
Is he still there?
You want me to get you a piece of pizza?
I think actually downtown Greensboro
Okay.
is still there.
When I sit for a long time, I leave this leg,
The sun
stays
took it
bent.
over.
I got you. Okay.
Kind of goes
I have to
down.
wait for it to
One
straighten
generation
out.
makes it to the
Okay.
next
The
one.
one, like on my side of town, the woman that was on Battleground, it caught on fire about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And they rebuilt the inside,
Did that.
and it looks nice.
The one on Wendover was Country Barbecue.
Yeah,
Now, that was, John, and he built one over in Archdale up the area where I'm from.
yeah. And Country Barbecue is really good. But like Stevie's, I don't really go there for the barbecue. I go there for the cobbler.
Yeah, that's right. So you live there?
Yeah, I'm from, right there near the airport side of Greensboro.
Okay.
Yeah, that road has really changed. You can get anywhere in county now. Western. Okay, yeah, I know this.
We're taking our.
Well, but think, you know this, John, let's just say that you're gonna build a brand new house tomorrow, right? The quickest you're gonna get it moved into is That's why I said 2 to 5 years, but, yeah, that's right, and with the way the subcontractors are, and everything.
I'll put Miss Dot
I'm
right
just trying
here.
to be realistic with it. I'd love for it to be 2 years or 1 year, but.
I walked into that shop one day,
I'll get it.
we went up there to like, yeah, we went up there. And I pulled out.
That's it, it's full of bags, bags, and bags
Charlie's making something up.
No, he said, "You had that. Here you go."
He's a little ready now.
I like Lazarus. Laura's.
Laura, Mike,
He's a county commissioner now.
on that,
Yeah.
state convention.
Yeah, we're right there, back.
Sorry, and,
Good pizza.
yeah.
Across the street like that. Lazarus, they deliver. For years, so I was called in. Haven't tried the donate yet.
Well, there's one on the island here. Well, yeah, that's the one you guys are right about that.
Original.
Yeah.
See all the secret county makes good in the next.
He just actually sells
Well, in October, I went on a trip to the St. Lawrence Seaway to see the fall color, and I came back and, and they, got me stuck in it. I've come as much as I can, but in December, I also went on a trip. And, Thanksgiving, of course, we don't have a weekend, but I went to, Virginia. But, I listened to December on the, I do. Yeah. Well, I got the sign for it that, in 2 days' time, suddenly they took down the Milano sign, and, we don't have it on. I've got your letters for it. So I asked the neighbor what I should bring up at this meeting, and she told me to get that sign. So I called Frank. I asked that for the sign for the first.
St. Lawrence Seaway area, it's been country.
I was in January.
Always wanted to hear.
Well, I love it, but, I was, too early for the fall color. And then they had a hurricane. And, it blew all the leaves off the trees. In Halifax, but, I love it.
My father's family was from, my grandfather came here from Ireland, and it was awesome. Yeah, that's right. My mother was, she's the reason for it. Hated it
In,
Hardwood.
the end of April, when I home May first, I was at the, Columbia and Snake Rivers, and I wanted to see the flowers. We had the first warm day that they had when I got there. But, it was nice.
You guys, turn your microphones back on, please.
Oh, thank you.
Rid of that pizza, right?
The grease is gonna get later.
Honestly, the microphones are more for the recording than they are for anything else.
Go
So.
sell something. Go sell something.
Right.
I did. I got something selling right now while we sit here.
Good for you. Did you ever get up with Joe Austin?
I did. Yeah, we're gonna do lunch next time he comes down, I think.
He was here this
All right.
All right, everybody, we're gonna crank this back up so we can get her done.
I'm gonna stand up here just so I can change the images for everybody. We've had some informal conversations. We've had some other group conversations about possibly doing a new town hall, police station building in the future. And so I devoted the largest amount of time on today's agenda for you all to talk about that. A few things I want to mention to you. Included in your packets, there are 3 different site plans to build a new facility on the town's current property, which is right here. So we've got about 1.6 acres, and that includes everything in the front where the old police station was, to the back of the stage at Community Park, and then the side parking lot off of Manatee. And so that property is owned by the town, free and clear. Is available to you all to do whatever you think is best for the town in the long run. In your packet, I put together 3 different site plans. They're all pretty much the same. And I put together 3 different potential floor plans for different options. One is a 1-story building that would house the town hall staff, the police department, as well as a new board meeting room that would also double as a modern emergency operations center. As you can see in the packet, that winds up being about 6,200 square feet, if I remember, 6,400 square feet. The second option was to build, and that basically takes up this full footprint of the existing building. The existing building is about 5,400 square feet, where Cult Life and Girl Scouts and the police department used to be. So that's one option. If it's a 1-story building, comes out to about 6,400 square feet. And keep in mind that these are just basically straw men for me to share with you. I'm not a design professional. I don't know the institutional building code, but I tried to apply the knowledge and experience that I've gained over the years to at least give you something to look at and react to and think about. So I'm sure there are a million ways to design this thing. There are a million different opinions, and there are people far smarter than me who should be involved and will be involved if you do go forward. But for discussion purposes, this is a 1-story building with basically police department wing, an admin wing, and then a boardroom in the middle. When you look at the site plan, I've basically figured we could get about 88 parking spaces in the areas in blue. My plan is to put the septic underneath of Community Park, still have grass on top so people can enjoy that. I think this would work, and probably this is too generous. We wouldn't need that many parking spaces if it was just town hall and the police station. The other option that I looked at was possibly doing 2 buildings, basically within the footprint of the existing Cult Life Girl Scouts building. And so you can see on here, I've got a 3-story building here. Each floor is about 2,400 square feet. So 7,200 square feet. That's the town government building. Roughly another 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 square foot building, multiple stories next door, that in my mind, we would not build. We would simply make it available to a private developer to build something on that site and obviously compensate us for the ability to build it and for the land. I think the reason I came up with the 88 parking spaces is because that was more than enough necessary under our zoning ordinance, under our UDO, to cover the private sector office or retail uses plus the town operations. I think we've got ample room to put all of the wastewater under the park and maybe even over here on the side. But this winds up with a little bit larger building. So I told you the first one, the 1-story, was about 6,400. This one came out to 7,200 because you got to have enough area for an elevator and for a stairwell, basically. And there's obviously all sorts of ways you can slice up the space in there and what you need, but you start getting into those additional costs. With regard to that building, the way I did it, I had the police department on the first floor with a receptionist for the whole organization right when you come in the door, had the town hall staff on the second floor, and I had the board meeting room on the top floor. I thought that would be kind of neat that you could look out over the whole town basically on 24, but obviously there's all kinds of ways to slice this. The third option that I looked at was essentially doing all one building and having it basically take up about a 5,000 square footprint here. So 2 stories, 5,000 square feet. And then the top floor would be your board meeting room, emergency operations center, roughly 2,000-ish square feet. Maybe you'd even do like a rooftop plaza or something like that where people could sit outside or something. Again, looking over 24 and the rest of the town. It's a mixed use building. I think the parking spaces, I think the septic area would accommodate something in that range. And so that's another option. In that scenario, I had the retail and office on the ground floor. I had the town hall and the police department on the second floor, and I had the boardroom on the third floor. But there's no magic to that. That was just my way of thinking about it. The big question for you all is, let me go back to this. So if it's a 2 or 3 story building, I think you want it to be aesthetically pleasing. And obviously it's all subjective, right? I think this is an attractive 3-story building right down the street in Cedar Point. Some people might disagree with me. The one thing I want to remind everybody of is that's about a 33,000 square foot building. We're talking at the most we'd build 12,000. So I don't want anybody to get bent out of shape and think, oh gosh, that's a monstrosity, because ours would be basically a third the size of something like that. But that's the kind of look. This is the transportation impact building in Emerald Isle. Again, just for the look of the building. That one's 30,000 square feet. We're talking at the most 12,000. Obviously, those are multi-story buildings. If we do 1 story, we can do whatever design style you would like, and even for these buildings too. But I personally think both of those are nice looking buildings. It's all in the eye of the beholder. Depends on what you want to be. So the main question for you all is, do you want to pursue something like this? And second biggest question is, can we afford this? How are we going to figure this out? It's a big undertaking. In my mind, the reasons for doing a project like this are to A, make sure that the town organization has quality space for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, so that you can meet the needs of a growing town. Each of the plans I put together do allow for some growth in there. Maybe not enough. I don't think it's too much, but the biggest thing is make sure that you've got your town operations kind of squared away going forward. To me, just as important is to improve the aesthetics of the Highway 24 corridor. Quite frankly, no offense to anyone in this room or before me or after me, but the building that Cult Life and the Girl Scouts in is just not the nicest looking building. Obviously all very subjective, but it's also probably well beyond its useful life. It's metal buildings, you can't use the upper floor. And so it probably is about time to do something else. And so the third thing is I think as a town, you know, it's funny, I think about this a lot. And the thing I like about the job is it's like it's one big puzzle, right? And I'm really lucky because I get to be the guy who puts the puzzle together with everybody's input and everybody's thoughts. And so to me, just the image of the town, like you want to convey a positive image about the town of Cape Carteret to your people now, to your people in the future, to your prospective new businesses or new residents. And I think I've been on some job interviews over the years, and the one thing I always told people is that it says an awful lot about the town to me when I look at their public infrastructure, right? I can tell basically within about 15 minutes what the town's all about because I see how well they take care of their streets. I see how well they take care of their parks, see what their public buildings look like. And so to me, you can't quantify it, but I think as a town, we want to portray a positive image about the town. And obviously, the big decisions come in, well, how much is that worth? Is that a higher priority than other things? And that's where you guys come in and you all make the decisions. But these are the ways that I think about these things and just trying to help you think about it too. So back in the summertime, we made some really relatively minor modifications to this building. We moved a few walls around. We moved the police department in here. And that was really intended to be a short-term solution. In my mind, it was a 3 to 5 year solution at the most. And at the time, when I talked with the previous board, we talked about, well, maybe we should try to buy a different piece of land. And believe me, I've talked to every possible landowner who might be willing to sell to us, and no one will sell to us. And so kind of gave up on that approach. I would love to have acquired a large piece of land to put everybody together on, but there's really nobody willing to sell right now. Now that could change, the market could change, who the heck knows. The other thing that we talked about was doing something like this and building a new building on our land. In this scenario, we would knock down the building out there and we'd build the new building. Everybody would stay right here until the building was done. We'd move right in. You could either, the plan that I showed in the packet was to demolish this building, turn it into a parking lot, etc. You can even keep this building in the front. I think this building is actually pretty good shape for the most part. And that's, to me, the third option. The backup plan is if you don't want to do anything like this and you are unable to or don't want to buy a piece of land somewhere else, the backup plan to me is to put an expansion on this existing building. Maybe you build a new meeting room. I wouldn't go up personally, but you could, I suppose. You'd have to evaluate the structural integrity of the building. But the backup plan, if you don't want to do any of these and you don't have the money, is to just put an expansion on this building. I'd probably put a new boardroom, EOC, make it state of the art, and then chop this up into offices. That would be what I would do if none of these other things go forward. So you can slice this any way you want, right? So how are we going to pay for this? And so I'm pretty sure, I didn't go back through all the records of the town, but I'm pretty sure it'll be the most significant, most expensive project in the history of the town, going back since 1959. And so ballpark numbers, $400 a square foot. The biggest structure that I showed there, you're looking at like $2.9 million. It's a lot of money, right? I put together just a hypothetical scenario of how you might pay for that. One of the ideas, the town of Swansboro, God bless them, was very fortunate and had an appropriation of $6 million in the state budget within the last couple of years for a new public safety emergency operations facility. I'm sure there were significant political connections that made that happen, and that's an avenue for us to pursue, particularly for those of you who have good relationships with the General Assembly. Maybe there's a way to secure some appropriation for us. And in my mind, we were kind of tying it to that emergency operations center, right? It'd be your boardroom, but just imagine this room, brand new, modern, and outfitted with all the technology and stuff, and that's where we're hanging out when Hurricane Florence comes back again. And I would also make it available to Cedar Point, and Bogue, and Pelletier, and the county, and Emerald Isle,
For a fee.
Well, probably not a fee.
Just kidding.
But realistically, you're going to use the thing at the most once a year, maybe once every 3 years. Most of the storms are not going to be strong, or at least historically, most of the storms are not strong enough to cause Emerald Isle to want to leave, right? So you've got that. So maybe you could get an appropriation of $500,000, $1 million. Maybe you're really good and you can get $2 million. I'll let you guys work that magic with your elected leaders at the state. If we did something where we made the land available to a private developer, maybe we charge them $500,000 to $1 million for the right to build a building there. And we let them dump all the wastewater in our system underneath the park. The Starbucks property sold for $500,000. The gas station property at Lowe's sold for $500,000. They're both about an acre. We're providing an opportunity. You'd have to amend your UDO to do something like this. Maybe this would be part of that town center zoning district, but maybe you can get $500,000 toward it out of there. You're good with your fund balance. Maybe appropriate another $500,000 from that instead of then $2.9 million. You're looking at $900,000, and it becomes a much more workable number. Still not easy. Every penny on your tax rate generates about $47,000. I'm not suggesting you should raise your taxes, But if you ever were going to for a specific project, it's probably one of the ones worth considering that for. Or you may identify other money in the budget. You know, maybe you issue debt for $900,000 for 20 years. Probably comes out to be pretty manageable when you do it. So with all that, I don't want to take up the time because I want to hear what you all think about these ideas. There is absolutely no pride of authorship in these ideas and these sketches. I just wanted you all to be thinking about it. I think I've included appropriate space for the police department in the long haul, for the town staff in the long haul. But again, you can slice it any way that you want. But to me, it goes back to meet the town's needs, improve the aesthetics, and portray a good image of the town. And again, if you ultimately say, look, we can't afford that, or we don't want to do this, I think I'd be looking at expanding this building at some point. The other thing I want to say too is maybe there's some hybrid. Maybe you build a new building and it has offices for the town staff in it. Maybe this whole room becomes your board meeting room, EOC, and it's a community center, you know, maybe with some recreation facilities in the long term. So another idea to think about. I'll shut up for real now and listen to you guys. So.
Frank, some of us know what you've tried to accomplish by reaching out to landowners. We know you ran into the roadblock. We appreciate your efforts, though. For the two commissioners probably don't know, we did look at the Wells Fargo building. I think at that time, the figure was like 1.2, so that the previous board would have agreed. Am I speaking out of school?
No, you're on track. Keep going.
1.2.
That was our ceiling.
That was our ceiling. So we have, the past previous board was all in for a new town hall. I think if we don't take action now, that we're just kicking the can down the road for some other board, because it's obvious, as Frank has mentioned, that the facilities they're reaching the end of their usefulness. What I did, just to let you guys know, I did reach out to Celeste Carnes, our House representative. And I pointed out the fact that, and Frank made me privy to this information about Swansburg getting $6 million. She's going to reach out and talk to their county, I forgot his name, about it. But if we want to build a building and include an emergency operations center, which chances are would never get used, hopefully.
Don't say that.
Well, hopefully. I mean, you know, once in 20 years maybe. I don't know. Well, there's not one now. So there's not one.
I get it.
So that said, she said she would meet with us at that time once we obtained our figures and whatnot, and she'd go to work for us at the state legislature for some partial grant or whatnot, whatever, which her and Norm would work on. I think it's a high priority. I think it can be made. I think we can work it out. I really do. But I would like for Frank, you got to start somewhere. I would like for Frank to solicit estimates for an architect, a draftsman.
Okay, sure.
To bring back to the board what he sees, and then we can start by getting estimates. Then we can approach the state and the county, and including the EOC is a sales pitch to obtain grants from the state and the county. They are all in for that. 5 years ago, when I first ran, I had worked with the Emerald Isle Board over there, and we were going to find a parcel of land over here and put up emergency operations center, because they need to come off island during an emergency. And I will tell you this, Mark Mansfield made a point on the sidebar note the other day in that meeting that he is going to look at one for Moorhead. So the first one to the basket's going to get the money. But that's where I stand. I would like to just start the process. Whether you go with number 1, 2, or 3. I mean, I'm kind of partial to the number 2 option there myself.
That was the one with the standalone 3-story?
The one with potentially letting a builder.
That one right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one that, and you know, we had already kind of consensus wise on the previous board said, yeah, 1.2 is our cap. So it'd be kind of interesting to see what this would be and if we could get grants. But you got to start somewhere. First of all, you got to come up with the plans first. So that's where I'm at on it. I think it'd be a great asset to the town, and it's one that's going to have to be done sooner or later. And I think it's sooner here now.
What's the parking requirements there?
So
UDO for the proposed, or roughly proposed building.
Yeah, so it differs depending on the type of use or so, but roughly it's 200 to 300 one space for every 200 to 300 square feet. So, if it's 300 square feet, you're looking at 3 per 1,000. So you get up to 10,000, you're at 30 parking spaces. If it's 200 square feet, you're looking at 5. That's 88. And I was really trying to be overly conservative. So,
I guess what I'm getting at is those 2 parking lots. There's 44 spaces between the existing parking lot up by the road, and there's 22 in our back lot back here.
66.
Huh?
That's 66.
What were we going
I think the short answer is you'll have ample parking. Like that's probably too much if that's what you're getting at. You're right. You're correct. I was just trying to kind of project out the maximum stuff. Particularly, maybe you want to go to 4 stories. That seems like a lot to me. Well, maybe not. But anyways, so I think you've got plenty of options and ample room for that. And I feel good about the wastewater. I feel like I've had some preliminary conversations with environmental health about it. And of course, she said, well, it's hard for me to say because I really need to know the specifics. I need to analyze the soil and all this stuff. But I think there's a pretty decent shot. So.
But you probably have to hire soil scientists too.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
Well, I tend to agree with you. We got to start somewhere.
You got to start. I mean, and without plans, you don't go anywhere.
Because we just spent a lot of time this morning talking about how we want to be prepared.
That's right.
And if we sit around and wait till the ceiling falls in, then we're going to be in a bind.
And if we sort of broaden that, the EOC, I think, is one of these pins that we need to place. And we look at this here again as a regional. And when you use certain words like that, that opens up grants. So, we could be the EOC for this area. That'll help the county as well. That'll help the sheriff. I'd love to see a magistrate come back this way. And if we could house that as well, looking forward. I mean, these are things that, like you say, we start talking about them now, maybe the money will follow.
The sheriff's office used to have a set-up office, a satellite office in Western Carteret.
See your point.
So and I agree 100%. You got to start somewhere. But I just, like Steve was, kind of talking about what we had talked about before. Have we sort of thrown in the towel on the town getting town hall in the center section over there? Do you think we've sort of exhausted that?
I don't think we've exhausted that, but I think realistically, the town center concept is going to take several years to develop. And quite frankly, by approving that zoning change, if you all ultimately do, you're making the land more valuable, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think you have to have a willing seller, right? And so at this point, I've talked literally with every single property owner of a large parcel in town, and I get it, it's their property. That's why you own property. You can do with it what you want to do with it. So I don't know that I'm necessarily throwing in the towel on that, but here's what I would say to you. I hope I'm alive to see all this happen. And maybe there's not a town hall or a police station in the town center, but maybe there's a really nice town square, town park or something like that. So I think the town would have a footprint in that area somehow. But I think, it really depends. This is on the fringe of the town center, so to speak. And honestly, my recommendation to y'all would be to rezone it to town center zoning if we get to that, if that's what we ultimately do. So I guess that would be my answer to it.
So that answers my question. And I think, we've got to come up with a plan. I think, we start.
We're never going to get money or an appropriation or anything if we don't have some due diligence and a direction.
I feel very, very good about potentially obtaining grants.
Well, I go back to what you say, that Mansfield made the off-board, I don't want to lose tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of town hall and the police department being on the main highway, because I feel like it's a sign of strength especially having your PD right out front.
Sure.
So, as far as safety and security, it's like, we're here.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
kind of spoke to John on the sidebar at lunch, and him being a builder, I asked him what a draftsman would cost. What do you think, John?
Probably 15,000.
From your experience, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. So if, you know,
Commercial's different than residential.
yeah, you know, if, and this is what I would want to avoid if we go forward is, you know, typically you'll go out and you'll solicit proposals from architectural firms. They'll give you proposals. They're looking to set those fees anywhere from 8 to 10 to 15% of the construction cost. That's a huge number. I don't want to get into that, right? So,
What did I say?
Or 17%?
yeah, and I may be low. You're probably closer to right than I am. So, you know, I think we certainly could hire a professional to maybe just expand on the concepts that I sketched out roughly with whatever input you have. 15,000 might be too little, but I would hope that we could do something for less than 50, right? As opposed to a few 100,000, and kind of see where it goes, right?
Well, you have two, that one lives in Emerald Isle, one lives here at Star Hill, Jeff Clark and Susan Monet. But Mark Parrish from NC Steel, who is a citizen, he does a lot of build design work.
When did Susan start doing commercial architecture? She's a
Residential.
interior designer.
No, Susan Monet? No, she's a
She's a good
What?
friend of mine. Yeah.
Daniel's wife?
Yeah, Daniel and I go way back.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know
she
was
does
a
plans.
commercial architect.
She does plans. She used to work for an architect in Raleigh.
Wow.
It's an 8-month wait for her to do
Amazing
plans.
lady.
Yeah, it's good. But I'm saying, you know, I would say let's solicit bids for whatever. I would like to see 4 stories. And the 4 stories, I'm gonna guess, is gonna have a water view of the sound.
I think 3 would be our limit though. For fire.
I got to point one thing out that Celeste said that if it involves retail space to rent that, then the state would be out.
Okay.
It has to be a government complex.
Separated, like you're saying.
But you could
That's a good
potentially
point.
do the second building, right?
Right.
And make that 3 or 4 or
Exactly.
whatever. You know, one thing to keep in mind, so our zoning ordinances now limit building heights to 40 feet. And with the exception of the B20 zone, we
Is
can
that
go
a
to,
median or is that roof height? Total roof height?
it's the peak of the roof. Yeah, so and every town does a little bit different, as you know. So,
That's why,
so, you know, it'd be hard to get 4 stories in 40 feet. It might be impossible. But 3 stories, I think you can
9
get.
times 4 is 36, and you have a flat roof, boom, you're in.
Yeah. We happy to look at 4 stories. I'm just trying to, you know, share the way. We do allow
Won't
fit.
get Steve hitting her head walking in the door.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at it as a funding thing. I'm very confident that the state
Would
will
help.
help us if we use frame the language right.
Correct.
The I was talking about the puzzle before, right? And so like that's an important part of the puzzle, right? That strength, portraying strength or a positive image, right? Part of it too is I really want to do something better on the pedestrian crossings on 24 to make it safer, right? And so that all shifts you to thinking, well, it's more reasonable to do it here on 24 as opposed to the town center. So again, this puzzle's got lots of pieces and they're all complicated. When you do a puzzle, right, you just stick one in and it doesn't fit and you throw it away. You stick the next one, it doesn't fit. And then finally you get the right one. All of these things are pieces of the puzzle that you all should consider. So for what that's worth, I guess I'm sensing some support for maybe bringing on a design professional to help advance this a little further. If we do that, I think it probably is important to manage our costs with that, to decide whether you want to focus on just a building for the town or whether you want to focus on the mixed use, because we can pursue both with a design professional, but they're going to charge us for that, obviously. So this one might be the best approach, right? You just focused on a 3-story or maybe a 4-story town building with your design professional. Am I hearing y'all correctly?
Yeah, we don't need a Trump Plaza here in the Cape Carteret.
Yeah, I agree. I support this. I think we get an idea of what we can do and, you know, like you guys have all said, we beat the dead horse. You know, it's being better prepared, it's planning, we've got to do it, we've got to do
We've
it.
talked it today.
Yeah.
Over here now.
What do you need for guidance? Do you need some additional guidance? Look like you do.
No, actually, I think I got
Okay,
I've got a pretty clear sense from you all. I mean, these are all good comments, exactly what I hope to hear from you.
Did you put this in the budget?
To pursue.
Yeah, so I think, probably, it sounds like y'all at least have interest in exploring this further and trying to bring on a design professional. Let me do some more homework on who we could get to do it, roughly what it would cost, and then I could recommend a funding source to you. It's a one-time expense. Could be fund balance, could be leftover stormwater funds, could be something else, I suppose. But let me get a little clear on it because, the design, I'm going to have to get clearer on exactly who we can use, being a governmental entity and it's an institutional building. If we go out and hire somebody who does town halls and police stations all the time, I guarantee you they're going to charge us at least $300,000 or maybe more. And so
about a retired architect from the base that used to do base housing.
Yeah, so that's what I want to investigate is, can we legally
There's
use
a guy-
somebody
yeah,
like
this
that?
guy, just saw him the other day, he got to get his card.
Because for this initial step, I think all we're trying to do is kind of refine the sketches and the concepts that I put out and make it a little more official, a little more professional looking, give you a better sense. And the last thing I want to do is get in bed with one of those firms that's going to charge us $300,000 for the design. And I just need to think all that through. But this is the kind of feedback that I need from you all. So, and it's good. So.
We don't want anybody's gonna charge a percentage, cause we don't know,
Right, we don't want the construction aspect, we just want the aesthetic, right?
We're kind of more in like programming conceptual stage, I think, right now.
Yeah.
And I just don't want.
35% design. You're not really talking
That's right.
constructible project. You're talking like 35% design for something like this, and that at least gives you the numbers you need to go.
Yeah.
What you need, Frank, is something that would be presentable to the
Yeah.
state. Legislature.
Get it to the, yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Does she have, should we get information on what we would need so that it would be more of a,
The main concept, the main thing in my discussion with it was it cannot include mixed use or any of that stuff. It's gotta be strictly a municipality.
Okay.
But she was willing to come and meet once we obtain what we need.
Sure.
The money.
Yeah.
It's all about the bottom line.
it is.
Cause they're gonna go up there and they're gonna grunt and raise their hand, this is how much money my district wants for this and that, whatever, that's.
There's still a lot of millions up there from COVID that they get to spend. And I think, timing is critical. Go ahead and put our hand in there.
One other thing too, she made mention of, they do their budgets every 2 years or something silly, but however, she said they can be tweaked throughout the year. Throughout, so fast as we can get it, be better.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, realistically, I know you'd like to see it tomorrow, but it's going to take at least, it's going to take, I think, 3 to 5 years to get this done. Even if we were ready to roll tomorrow, the thing's not going to be built for a couple years, right? And we haven't figured out what we want to do and how we're going to pay for it. So I just want to make sure I set everybody's expectations.
You gotta get started. I think that's the important thing.
All right. Well, very good. Thank you very much. All good, helpful comments. I'll keep you apprised as we go forward on that. So number 20, Julie, if you want to come on up. This is sort of a rehash of the item that we talked about with you all on the December 11th meeting agenda. There is a grant program out there. Well, there's several grant programs, but the one that we were looking at was the Federal Carbon Reduction Program. Essentially, we presented a couple of options to you to build a 10-foot wide multi-use path from Yopon down to Bayshore Drive to improve the connection for pedestrians, bicyclists. And one of the reasons for the 10-foot width is to possibly accommodate golf carts in the future too. So that's an important point for y'all to think about. If you wanted to do like a typical concrete sidewalk, we certainly could look at that too. I mean, I don't think you'd want to go anything less than 6 feet or maybe 5 feet at the least, but that's an option. As you can see in the packet, essentially the one option was just the path. The other was the path with some pedestrian signal improvements on 24. To cut to the chase, basically you're looking at a local match for the town ranging from $166,000 all the way up to about $194,000. And that would essentially leverage close to $1 million from the state or from the federal government for this project. When I look at Cape Carteret, as some of you probably heard me say before, I see Old Cape Carteret is kind of one distinct residential area. I see the Bayshore Country Club area is kind of another distinct residential area. I see the Star Hill, Arden Oaks, Star Hill North area, Quailwood, another distinct residential area. And in some ways, they all seem kind of separate. And so in my mind, not only do people enjoy bicycle paths and sidewalks and stuff like that, and improves their ability to get to the commercial areas and so forth, it just subconsciously creates a better sense of connection in the community, makes it feel like it's more of one town. You can't quantify that, but again, it's part of that whole big puzzle I was telling you about, and trying to make all these things fit together to build a good community for people to enjoy their lives and have good relationships with other people. So all part of the puzzle. I think these are things I will tell you my entire career, like more positive comments about bike paths than anything else we've ever done in my experiences. So with that, I will stop talking. Julie, Julie, is there anything you want to add to that?
Nothing really to add. Frank said it was good about, you can do this incrementally, it's a big project altogether, but maybe you might consider doing it in smaller chunks. That might be an option to consider.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, we could certainly break it up in different phases.
Are we in discussion?
Absolutely. Fire away.
Well, I agree with everything y'all said there, Frank. Bringing the neighborhoods together, and it has been a large topic at the polls and amongst neighbors and whatnot. I had it written down here. Just give me a second. My notes here. I would propose going ahead and apply for the grant, and you're not gonna like this, but and I keep hinging things on the growth and the revenue increases every year here, okay? And at some point in time, it's gonna stop. So these big expense things need to be done while we're experiencing revenue growth, okay? You can always take out a small loan to pay for that match, or borrow money from whatever our own money, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
The funding, the funds you have, the investment fund. But to keep prolonging this, it's not the right thing to do. My question is this: why does it have to be 10 foot wide?
Yeah, so if you do a multi-use path, that's the DOT standard. It's 10-foot width. That's what all the current path is. That's what all the MLI stuff is. Just about everywhere you go, they're at least 10. To me, one of the things, this would be a policy decision for the board, but if we did build this, I would hope y'all would consider allowing golf carts to use it, just to provide that other option for people to, because people probably want to get to the commercial area, right, in a lot of cases. So, but it doesn't have to be 10 foot. I mean, you can do a sidewalk and make it say 6 foot wide. That should qualify for the grant funding that we're talking about, but I think that's going to preclude any golf cart options. It also makes it a little more difficult for bicycles, but we can do something narrower.
You know, I hear nightmares from some of the elected officials in Ohio. One of the worst things they ever did was allow golf carts to use theirs. So.
Well, actually, they don't allow golf carts on the bike path.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how much would that cut the cost in that if you narrowed the? And the reason I say that, there's no way you're gonna get a 10-foot path across the creek down there.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to do like a wooden boardwalk across the creek.
Mr. Barnhill lives there to the privacy fence and the trees there. How far do you have to be off the road? The curb?
Yeah, so I think we'll be okay at Cape Point between the trees and the curb, and my goal would be to not take any of those trees because somebody put them as far back, I think, as they could pretty much. So, but you'll be able to put it up close to the road in that scenario. And again, it could be a concrete sidewalk, it could be 5 feet, it could be 6 feet, it could be 8 feet, it could be a 10-foot wide asphalt path. It really depends on what you want to use it for. And so the cost is obviously going to go down the narrower you make it. The concrete's probably a little more expensive, so it's probably not a one-to-one cost reduction, but I'd be happy for us to calculate that for you.
You know, the fact that, I didn't know that, the fact that Emerald Isle no longer allows golf carts, so I mean, that ought to send up some type of warning signal for us as a region.
Well, at least in my time there, we never allowed golf carts on the path. Now, whether or not they tried it after I left, I don't know. So, okay.
So it didn't work.
So why are you advocating it here?
Well, I think the reason I would advocate it here is because we're so disconnected geographically, whereas in Emerald Isle, you've got more street connections where you can get from one neighborhood to the other. The other thing about it is you've got just so many more people out there, right? I don't think you have all the visitors and you have all the second homeowners that you're not going to have the same traffic volume on our paths as you do in Emerald Isle. But that's your call, right? Like in Emerald Isle's case, they were very concerned about the safety of the mother jogging with her baby in the stroller and a golf cart coming upon them, rightfully so, right?
Can I ask a dumb question though? How do you deal with golf carts kind of become a motor vehicle at that point when they approach an intersection. How do you even, it doesn't even make sense how you could even allow golf carts on them just for how they would come to an intersection. Who has the right of way?
Yeah, so your typical golf cart's about 4 foot wide, give or take. So I'm not necessarily saying it's not without risk. So please don't misunderstand me. I'm just saying that you have a much better opportunity. There are less risks associated with allowing golf carts on the bike path here than there are in Emerald Isle. You all may still ultimately say, gosh, that's crazy, Frank, you're nuts. We can't do that. It's unsafe. And that's fine. That's the judgment Emerald Isle made. I just don't think you're going to see as much traffic on ours as theirs.
Well, a golf cart adheres to the same traffic as a car, so how are they going to be able to go across at a pedestrian crossing?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm.
Yeah, so they're allowed to cross at the signalized crossings right now. So we do have folks who cross over at Anita Fort and Enterprise, for example. I certainly don't want them crossing, from Cape Point over to White Oak Elementary. Clearly, we don't want that. So.
I've seen that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
My reason for having it accessible for golf courses is because we have a golf course. Emerald Isle doesn't have a golf course. So there's a lot of golf courses.
I mean, that's a good point.
So
I
that was kind of
think
my
we're
reason.
trying to make connections here. We have, or it seems like the community's getting a little younger, but we have a large population of older folks. They ain't gonna walk down there, but they definitely ride a golf cart down there.
You've got a lot in here.
The other thing that I want us to at least consider is that we want the town as a whole to look like it's been planned, or not planned, but homogeneous, right? Like we don't want
like a hodgepodge.
yeah, we don't want a hodgepodge of stuff. So we don't want a sidewalk for 5 feet and then
You don't want piecemeal stuff.
yeah. So I mean, even if we don't, we want it to look a lot like the rest of the trail, so you don't look like you're on a different trail every time you turn the corner. You know what I mean? So I think we should at least consider that. And I do think that.
Well, does the whole trail have to be the same size? Could it be like 10 feet from Bay Shore
But we will
to
have,
White?
there is money in the project for the design of the entire path. And it could be, to everyone's point, that a certain part might need to be narrower for some reason, and that other parts can be 10 feet wide. That's what the purpose of the design money is for. To address those types of concerns and issues, and certainly appearance, consistency and appearance would be also.
And I think we can all weigh in on these after we get a little further down the road. But I think the answer is that we need to.
We need to go for
We
it.
can go for the grant, and then we get it. This all becomes a moot, or we don't get it. It's all a moot point. If we do get it, then we can start worrying about all the
The
weeds.
bad thing about a grant, Charlie, is if you apply for it and don't take it,
No.
Bad precedent. So we need to be prepared if we're going to do it.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant if we, but before we get in the weeds about all this stuff, we need to see if we got the grant.
Well, I was just thinking if we go with a 10-foot wide and then we decide we don't want that to be used that way, we've just spent all that money. That was my only thing was, if we are kind of against the whole golf cart being on them or just because you can doesn't mean you should put a golf cart on a pedestrian. And if Emerald Isle knows something or somebody else somewhere knows something that we should know as well, then let's not plan for this 10-foot wide thing.
I think we should allow, because I think
I
that.
think we-
I think it's a good idea too, unless there's something that,
Because we've got,
yeah, because I like.
chief over there can make sure people aren't idiots. Like, we
Yes.
can't, we can't, or you can catch them when they are. Like, I don't think that, yeah, there's risk associated with that, but I mean, we have laws against stealing. People still steal.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm all for it. Let's move.
We shouldn't
Yeah.
punish the law-abiding citizens because somebody's gonna be a jackass.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, forget what I'm saying. I think we should definitely plan for a golf court to be on it.
Yes, okay.
And let's just see how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
I think certainly if we're fortunate enough to be awarded a grant for a 10-foot wide path, if we get into the design phase and we decide we want to tweak it in some areas, I think we'll have that flexibility.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to be completely locked into that. And, you know, the local match, if the local match is 166,000 or 194,000, you're probably going to have 2, maybe even 3 fiscal years to come up with that money. It's a big number, but it's not an unmanageable number. So I think we could probably figure it out, right? So, well, it sounds like you all are supportive of that. So I'll probably put the resolution authorizing the grant application, maybe even on your March meeting agenda, because I think the next round is due at the end of April, if I'm not mistaken. So, and we've basically got the application ready to go. So, and then we'll hope and pray for the best.
We have Mr. Trail. Use them while we got him.
I'm gonna have you get the permits for it though, if that's all right.
Especially when we talk here too, right?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's.
That's gonna be a good one.
Thank you. All right, so. So the town center zoning district just had I think a really good discussion with the planning board the other night about this, and they asked a lot of good questions and were really engaged in the conversation, so that was good. I went through all the details of this with the previous board last August, and I've tried to brief Courtney and John a little bit on it, so I think y'all have at least a fairly decent understanding of it. Essentially what this does is it creates a new mixed-use zoning district called the Town Center Zoning District. It is intentionally structured to not take away any of the current land uses or options available to the owners within the proposed area. And all it does is add a lot more options, choices, flexibility for those landowners. And very intentionally so, it is very lucrative. And that is to hopefully provide the incentive for the current landowners or whoever they might sell it to or developer to develop, you know, what we said we want in our land use plan, which is kind of the mixed use village type feel stuff. You know, these buildings have got some businesses on the bottom, some residential on the top, some different looks there. You know, also some kind of smaller houses, more of a village feel. So I think the key points to keep in mind at this point, and you guys will go through a very thorough review of this at some point if the planning board recommends going forward. You know, it's intentionally set up to just provide additional flexibility and options for people. It's intentionally set up to be lucrative, to almost make it a no-brainer that any developer or landowner would want to do something like this. It is set up to allow a maximum of 8 units per acre residential. In the mixed use or multifamily buildings, it's set up to allow 6 units per acre for a single family home. So, you know, you'd have like a village style, cottage style house on about a 7,000 square foot lot, for example. It's set up to intentionally push the buildings to the front, closer to the street. It's got a minimum setback of 5 foot from the front, 10 foot maximum setback. So you can't be closer than 5 feet and you can't be further back than 10 feet. It also establishes, I lost my train of thought. It also basically says that any collector streets would be public streets and envisions having sidewalks, wider areas along that public collector street where maybe you'd have benches, maybe you'd have some cafes, maybe you'd have, you know, different things, place for people to gather. It does allow private streets on just some of the side streets off of the main collector street. And it really is intended to, again, I want to hopefully make it a no-brainer for the person to do this. Realistically, this is going to take many years to develop. I've met twice with all of the landowners in the area to discuss it. Ultimately, they were all supportive of the concept and generally comfortable with the regulations that were proposed. I had several individual conversations with all of the landowners as well. That got enough support to move forward to the planning board. We talked about that on Monday or Tuesday night with the planning board. They seem supportive. I think they just wanted to, it's a big thing. They want to spend some more time on it, think about it. So we're going to bring it back to the planning board at their meeting in March 19th. They may possibly recommend it to you all. You could see it as early as your April Board of Commissioners meeting, and you all can then spend as much time on it as you would like at that time. All of the proposed regulations are in here. We're going through conversations about that. I hope that it will achieve something that looks like that someday. Again, going to be several years away. One of the conversations that occurred at our last meeting of all of the property owners was about wastewater. And so I said to you a little bit ago that this is written to allow a maximum of 6 to 8 residential units per acre. I think there are probably some soil conditions over in the town center area that would probably accommodate that or something close to it. There's probably some that won't, right? Because it's a higher density. But the sandier the soils, you got a better shot of making something like that happen. What the group talked about is, gosh, it sure would be great to have a wastewater system to serve the town center area. And so we got into a discussion of the existing private nonprofit wastewater system. And there was some interest in that group in trying to at least explore whether or not the town or some other governmental entity should acquire that and manage that in the future. And I know there's a lot of anecdotal discussion over the years and comments. And so what I want you all to know is that if the town goes forward trying to acquire the existing private nonprofit wastewater system, I would not envision that serving anything other than the town center triangle area. I don't envision that going into Star Hill or Old Cape Carteret or anything like that. The septic systems in our town are working rather well. Very few instances of failures. The second thing is that if you decide not to go forward with any kind of wastewater system purchase or acquisition, I don't think that shuts down the town center concept. I think there's a way to make it work. You may not get as much density there, and you may not want that based on some of the comments that were made earlier today. But I think they're kind of two separate things. It's just that if we did have a publicly owned and managed wastewater system, it would aid in the development of the town center area going forward. So I've had some conversations with the state. There's grant funding available for this kind of situation. As the mayor alluded to earlier and in the past, they promote regionalization. There's a program that's basically specifically targeted at providing funds for communities that might create a regional wastewater system of some kind. So if the board is inclined, we could apply for that grant. They would then, we would hire a consultant who would basically look at how would this be set up? Would it be the town of Cape Carteret? Would it be the ILA? Would it be the county? Would it be something else? In my mind, it really doesn't matter what the end structure of it is. And then we'd also get into a little bit of the initial assessment of the quality and the condition of the existing wastewater treatment system. I've heard all sorts of comments about whether it's in good condition or horrible condition. This would at least get us started with a qualified professional to tell us that. And more importantly, tell us, is there an opportunity to maybe expand that system in the future, and how would we go about that? If the board wanted to pursue that, and if we secured the grant, the next grant funding cycle is not till October 1st. So I initially thought it was going to be May 1st, but they told us we weren't eligible for that one. So it would be October 1st. We'd have to submit a grant application. If we did that, if we got the grant, we did that, then we would move on and do that. It's called an asset inventory. That's a separate grant program. We'd apply for that. So this is not a short-term thing. This is going to take, even just to study this, is going to take probably a couple years. And then, of course, it's a very significant decision for you all and any government official to make. So I just want to make sure that you know that that option's out there. Again, On the town center, I don't think you have to have the wastewater system to implement the town center. It does make it easier. So I will stop and try to be quiet and answer any questions you have. In some ways, it's kind of a preview of the town center zoning district for you. And the last thing is I think you all know this, the map. So the areas that we would, if the board adopts this town center zoning district, sets up all the regulations, the intent would be to rezone all of the properties within the confines of the dark line on the screen. And so it's basically everything north of 24, between 58 and Taylor Ocean Road, and south of Arden Oaks. It does incorporate McDaddy's and the driving range. It also incorporates a vacant parcel to the north of McDaddy's. And so right now, the red is business, the blue and the yellow are residential zoning districts. All of that would become, say, orange, and it would be zoned town center, and it would allow the things that are included in this ordinance. And again, it's very flexible, very lucrative, so that hopefully someday you would accomplish something like this. All right. Thanks.
Frank, I don't think the fact that zoning, I don't think zoning is that, I mean, Monday night, I fully intend to support that. Rezoning request, okay? We'll get that across first. I don't think that's been a problem in the past. The property owners had the opportunity to come for a board years and years and years and request a rezoning change. Am I right, Paxton?
I didn't understand the question.
Property owners have had, I don't think, I'm gonna vote for rezoning Monday at the next meeting, but that's not been a hindrance in the past. I mean, because the property owners could come before the boards for years and request a rezoning, right? If they wanted to build something over there that wasn't allowed.
Yes, they could.
Okay.
Yeah, just one clarification. I don't expect to bring this to you in March. I think the earliest you'll see the town center is April at this point, and maybe not even then.
I just want to make that point.
Yeah, so.
That's not been a hindrance, okay, but anyway. I think I made myself clear where I stand on the sewer plant is why acquire the plant when it's been running flawlessly in private hands? Why should the town get involved in it and once again, liability? So that's where I stand on that. And I think the owners of the shopping center have stated that they weren't interested in selling the town at 8 acres because they wanted to retain it in case they needed to put a sewer plant on. Is that correct?
It's sort of their backup plan for wastewater treatment.
So I say if they need it, go ahead and let them put it in, and they're the ones that are going to be making the money off of the commercial rental and whatnot. So I just, as far as a grant to see how the plan is, if it doesn't cost the town anything for that, I mean, that may be something that we could do, but getting in the sewer plant business, just doesn't appeal. Just, I don't know.
I will say, because John and I were at that meeting, and John, I do want to know what you think on this too. One of the things that was discussed was this very thing. And, the Swains sat over here and Ms. Paxson sat over here, and we talked about that. And I think really the thing that is going to get this going, really kick this off, the town center concept for whatever it is and whatever it becomes, is the disposition of the septic system. And I'm not saying that the town of Cape Carteret should own it or not own it. I'm just saying that, and of course we talked about regionalization. I think that if we start the study it, figure out what capacity it has, figure out what state it is in, I think we can begin to start to form some type of plan, solution, something for bringing this thing forward. I agree with you for everything that you just said, it's, yeah, it is a liability. It's something that, do we really want to get in this type of business? But I think we need to at least pursue it a little bit, see where it goes, and then I think we as a board get back together and talk about it and go back over it. So that's just my 2 cents. But
Well, how
you were
much-
there as
what's it
well. I
cost?
thought-
Does the grant cost us anything?
Yeah, so the initial grant, it's a maximum grant award of 50,000, and there's no local match for the grant. There's a 1.5% administrative fee, so you're looking at what, $750, and that's if I can't write off my time working on it, which probably could. So basically, no cost.
So at the end of the day, the owners of the nonprofit sewer plant would know, which I feel like they know now how much capacity is left in it, but the state of the plant, right?
Could it be expanded?
But keep in mind, it'll be a very preliminary assessment,
Right.
right? Like we would, let's say we get the grant, we do this study, and let's say that it seems promising and you all want to go further. There would be a very preliminary assessment of the condition, the quality, the issues, the expandability of the plant. Then we'd have to get into, I think, probably a more detailed analysis after that. But there's a grant program for that too, that hopefully we would be successful with.
Well, I for one don't want to own the plant, because I know it keeps a certain person up in this room sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning. But I would love to see an assessment of the plant so that we can tell the owners of the shopping center if they have to improve it to grow their business. I mean, I'm a businessman. I get it. I have costs. And if I want to develop a piece of property, yeah, I got to get a water tap. I got to apply for sewer, and those are on me. So if there's going to be future expansion, and I want to give Paxson and Mr. Swain and Bubba and John and Mac and Elizabeth all the opportunity to develop the business, because essentially we're going to benefit from the
Sure.
tax dollars.
Yeah.
And it would make our community revenue neutral. Probably we're going to know what we have to spend, and our taxes will probably remain the same for a long, long period of time. But for us to get in the business of sewer, I'm not for it. I know Mr. Swain mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody that he does business with in Texas that is a private sewer company. Am I correct, Paxson?
I don't recall that.
I do, but
You're right. There was some discussion of
yeah.
that.
So I mean, maybe that's the road they decide to go. I don't know, but if we don't, we're doing our part for the zoning. If we go a little bit extra, and it is extra, and I know Steve doesn't want to use taxpayers' money for the benefit.
Well, it's a grant.
Yeah. Okay. But, if it's going to cost us $750 to get things started, I think we should consider it.
That's a cheap, I mean, I'm all for the grant. I'm just not all for the town citizens paying for a sewer plant. It's going to be used for
Business.
when the other businesses like in Swansburg and Cedar Point, they build their own, with the hotel in Cedar Point, Best Western or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple thoughts in case they're helpful to you all. So one is, even if the plant is acquired by a governmental entity, it doesn't have to be the town of Cape Carteret. It could be Carteret County. It could be some sort of something like the interlocal agency. It's just some other public entity that could be structured. That's part of what this exercise would be, to figure out what's the best way to manage this thing. And keep in mind, they want us to be regional. So, we'd have to have at least one partner involved, and whether that's Bogue or Pelletier or Cedar Point or the county or something, right? So don't assume that the town of Cape Carteret would own it. Matter of fact, I'd probably prefer that we didn't. I'd probably prefer that it was some governmental entity that we have representation on and help control the future. But I think it would probably more likely be something else. And then the other thing to keep in mind is that if we do this right, I don't want our taxpayers in Star Hill or Old Cape Carteret or Bay Shore to pay for this either. The ratepayers would bear the cost of this, right? And so that's where it's complicated stuff. You got to figure all that out. So it needs to be self-sufficient. You know, the customers of the wastewater utility need to bear the costs involved. And those are the kinds of studies we'll get into to see whether that's feasible or affordable or makes sense. So
Maybe if the examination comes back and they can expand it, it's good to go for another 30 years, maybe it'll incentivize Swain to build something on that 8 acres over there, so.
Well, I do recall him saying that, this is one of the reasons why they haven't developed further. And keep in mind where I believe, and this is me personally, that, and I've been trying to think of the right word to use. I think we become like a broker, in a way, help grease the skids to get this moved from a private individual organization into something that's a little bit bigger, more sustainable. I'm not saying we own it. I'm just saying that we sort of help broker that to get that going through grants or whatever we can do, so that then, because we stand to make that return on that investment, and I think it will maximum benefit to the town of Cape Carteret.
Yeah, just keep in mind though, that we do not get every dime of sales tax any businesses over there generate.
Right.
It's distributed by the county.
That's right.
So yeah, we get property taxes, but yeah, that's fine. I'm ready to go for the grant. I mean, just see what the deal is over there.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to get information. Here again, this tells us where we can go with what's available and what needs to happen with the existing infrastructure. But I think there is an interest for a sewer authority that could possibly happen if this information comes back right. And like you say, we're too small of a town to take on a project like a sewer plant. It's not feasible for us. Regionally, yes, but not for us to have that responsibility as well. You don't know till you start looking and see where your existing is at right now. So I think with a couple of $100 of us showing good faith to our business partners over there to help them figure out where they stand, I don't see a problem with that at all.
And you're the authority on that. You took more.
You were number one and the number two.
I used to be number one and number two. That's correct.
That's what I thought.
That's why I can tell you that you lose money in sewer, you make it on the water side.
all right, well, we'll work toward that then. Like I said, the grant applications are going to be due October the 1st. So we got a little bit of time as well. But I think it kind of falls in the same category of you got to start somewhere and see where it goes. Maybe it goes somewhere great, maybe it goes nowhere, but it's limited risk for us, I think, at this point.
Well, we're expressing, like, Karen and Will said, good faith towards property owners.
Sure.
Maybe they'll
build a hotel or something.
Yeah, sometime soon.
All right, so we already talked about number 22. So number 23, Golf and Dolphin Drive. I know y'all have talked about this a few times since before I got here. I really just kind of wanted to bring it back up to you again. Back in January of 2022, my understanding is that there was a proposal put forth to redo the road, put in some sidewalks, curb and gutter. The only cost estimate I could find for that was $75,000, which that seems too low to me, but I may not have been looking in the right spot. When I came on board and we did the street resurfacing bids back in May of 2023, in an effort to try to help the private property owners come up with a plan to repave that road, we actually bid that out as part of the town's package. The town wasn't going to pay for it. We were just hoping to get some economy of scale. Unfortunately, the cost came back at about $95,000. And I will tell you, prior to that, I pretty much had buy-in from the property owners if the cost was going to be in the $50,000 range. And there's a formula on how that cost is broken up. In simple terms, it's about 2/3 Swain, 1/3 Paxson, and the other smaller partners in that. Is ballpark how it comes out. I have the exact breakdown for you in here. So at that point in time, Swain was willing to do about $25,000. I was hoping we could get the work done for in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. We couldn't. It was $95,000. I ultimately got them down to about 65 by basically kind of reworking some things and prodding them to give us a better price. Ultimately, that didn't work either. Swain didn't want to go that high. I really just kind of wanted to put it on your radar screen, only for this reason. I'm afraid it's going to look like that in 5 years, or worse, 10 years. Or, and it honestly, it looked that bad before I left for California more than about 5.5 years ago. It looks worse now. I'm afraid that if somebody doesn't step in and try to do something, that it's going to look like that in 5 more years. And even though it's a private street, it's all of your constituents, our customers driving on that street. Granted, I don't want to give away public money to any private entity like that, but I'm just hoping that maybe we could be helpful in facilitating some sort of solution to this. And so I'll leave it at that. I wanted to bring that up for discussion with you. I would love to see somebody fix the road. It's not so nice. So.
Well, I've always been against it because of supplying public funds to a private entity. However, you're right. 5 years from now, it's gonna look the same.
Worse.
I'm not blaming Ms. Holtz because she has told me, and I guess you still stand, you're willing to pay your share.
And more,
And
and
more.
we've said that.
That's right. And
All
consistently.
commissioners need to pay attention to what she just
Yeah.
said, please. That said, it's a crying shame that the business owners over there have let this progress to what it is. That's the number one complaint I get about you. I don't know about you guys. I'm all for allowing Frank to negotiate with the business owners, not to exceed the $30,000 max. And once again, we have room left in the stormwater. It's like we paid with
Neptune, correct.
stormwater funds. We have money left in the stormwater and we can cover that 30,000. No budget impact. And it's got, if we're gonna build a new town hall, we're gonna put sidewalks in, and we look at that over there? No. So
It just bothers me that we're gonna reward somebody for neglecting their own maintenance.
that does to me too, Mayor,
Me too.
but I've been on this board 6 years, and it's come up every year.
Yeah, well, he came to us, you remember, was it 2.5 years ago, and all he said was, we'll fix it, but will you take it over? Well, we couldn't, acknowledge yes then because he hadn't fixed it yet.
Yeah.
So
He came
it's
to
like,
say-
well, yeah, go ahead and fix it. And then last year, it's like, well, why don't you give us $75,000 and we'll fix it? So
He's been to us 2 times. And once again, Ms. Holtz and Manatee Investments or Magda's, whoever the entities are, they're willing. So the holdup's him.
Correct.
Okay? But if you can negotiate that, I mean, is it right for us to apply the funds? No. But let's look at it. The stormwater funds were given by the federal government, so it's not coming out of our
Fund.
pocket.
Well, I think from my standpoint, I would not recommend spending even 30,000 unless it's going to become a public street right of way in the future. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm at. I just want to make that part clear. Like, I would never just give them the money to do it. There's got to be something in return for the town. And I think in a small way, it helps advance the town center concept in the future because we've got a public street right of way there to build off of. So.
Just to educate the one citizen here, that what Frank's saying is we will give the funds if it's brought up to date and the town requires it. Yeah, we're not just not gonna give them $30,000 to fill potholes.
Can we hear from Paxton just for a second? She's been raising her hand.
Yeah,
I'd love to address this issue.
please do.
Oh, geez, let me turn around.
No,
Give me your
I'll speak loud.
we want to record it for posterity.
We're gonna get you on the record.
Well, and Frank, you are at liberty to share the email that I sent you a copy of, the one I sent to the Swains.
Sure.
Now, the formula for maintaining that private road is based on the square footage of the buildings owned by the various owners. Shopping center is by far the heavy hitter. And I blame the town board for approving the Starbucks construction without making sure that Golf and Dolphin was fixed at the time. I mean, that would have been an easy thing to do. So.
No, the town couldn't do that. We couldn't. We're going to dictate a private property to another private property. The town couldn't do that.
I would have done it if I'd been on the board, but anyway. Anyway, okay. So I have said to the Swains repeatedly, and my son Mac has said, he has, I forget, 30,000 square feet of area involved. There's the Hardee's, the Starbucks, which only recently added the correct amount of square feet to the formula. The vet, just this now, put her buildings, and well, she's been there, 2 years now? So it's all part of the same formula. And I am eager, and Mac has said, we will pay more than our share if you will just fix the road. I prefer personally to fix it at our expense and leave it private, because who knows what the state specs are? We can't get a straight answer from the state. So how would we turn it over to you for nothing or any amount of money?
I gave Swain that information.
Well, all I can say is we are willing to pay our share, Mac Daddy's, ribeyes, or more, if we can just get it fixed. And I will go on record in a public meeting. I haven't wanted to embarrass the Swains by saying that in public, but it's time. It's time to fix it. Yeah, well, I mean, it is, that's true, and that's why I wanted to speak to this subject, because we are willing. We are more than willing. It's an embarrassment to the whole town to have that road the way it is.
And I think the consensus here today is as Frank alluded to in his talking points, if he can work that out with all y'all, that we're willing to put our contribution, then we take control of the road.
Well,
Yeah, the town
part
will
of the-
have to take it over.
We're gonna
I
have
don't
to
see
take it
it.
over. We're not
Well-
gonna put 30,000.
Well, do you think that you and Swain can work it out for it to then just remain private? Do you think, I mean, we've gone this long, it's kind of,
I know.
not rhetorical, but it kind of is rhetorical.
I do not know, but I might ask Frank to weigh in on that, given the email I sent to Swain.
Yeah, so honestly, I would say my preferred alternative would be for Paxson and Swain and the other participants to work it out and
Yeah.
do it themselves and not even have to have this conversation with you all. That hasn't happened, at least for the last several years. I'm fearful it won't happen for the next several. So I was just trying to find some way to be a facilitator more than anything else for us.
It's like the last talk that we just
This
had.
is our last resort right here.
Yeah.
This is what your option
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I would like
Yeah.
the consensus from the board to allow you to pursue this
Okay.
and understand that the board would go with $30,000 max if this thing comes to fruition.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
Yeah, we gotta be the change.
Well, I think the stipulation of the 30,000 is then it becomes a public street.
That's right.
I think
We
that's
can't-
absolute.
Because then it will be
Can't spend
maintained.
anything.
But I-
Sure that.
But do you think having a meeting like we had about the town center, getting Swain here, getting Paxson and Mac here, do you think that would help facilitate that, or do you think?
I think they would have to have a meeting first to make sure they're, because what I'm hearing is she doesn't want to give the road up.
Well, I was hoping to, Paxson knows, I was trying to schedule that meeting before today, but we
Okay.
couldn't schedule it. So I think that definitely would be helpful to do something like that.
Well, if Paxson's not willing to give the road up, then we're beating a dead horse here.
She said she preferred.
Okay.
Yeah,
She
okay.
said she
Sure.
preferred.
Right.
Right. And that's what I heard too,
Yeah.
as a last resort. But I think even if we facilitated the meeting in the meeting space, and at the end of that, if you can't have a, desired outcome, then maybe then we have to go back to this 30,000.
Well, I'm not so sure, and certainly don't want this to be perceived as a threat, but I don't know what kind of course of action the town could take as far as condemnation or whatever, safety hazard, or maybe, I don't know.
Well, I don't want to go to war with our businesses either. I want to be friendly to.
You got a lot of people, I get a lot of people saying they've incurred damages to their vehicles by using that road.
Yeah.
I think a couple thoughts. I don't know that there's any punitive action we could take to compel them to fix it. I mean, much as that sounds nice and you might want to do that, I don't think legally there's a tool to get that done. We certainly could condemn it and improve it ourselves, but then you're paying 100% of the cost, and we probably don't want to do that either, right? So I think, yeah, I think the best approach would be to try to broker some sort of agreement. So, no, I know. I just wanted to clarify. So,
Yeah.
so.
I would join with you for whatever action you can take.
Yeah.
I would love to.
Yeah.
I know you
Yeah.
want to.
Well, it takes Z71 to go get a cheeseburger, so.
That's probably dealing with more than one owner of an issue.
I contacted Wayne 2 or 3 times, and I told him those people from Emerald Isle don't have to come over here. Because they, Emerald Isle people complain to me.
Yeah, the biggest complaint too, Paxton's that sign over there on the, I get a lot of complaints about that sign you gotta go through.
That's
you move
because
that?
of- No, that's because Wayne put the 3rd phase of the shopping
Got
center too close, too close.
All right. Well,
That makes sense.
I'll keep working on that. And again, y'all are not making any final decisions at
Yeah.
all today. Everything we've talked about, you've sort of given a general sense of what your priorities are and what you'd like to see happen, but it's all going to come back to you for a final decision. But all very helpful to me. So the very last item that I had on the list for you is actually a pretty simple, quick one. I think we're going to bring in about $88,000 of boat ramp pass revenues this year. The lease for the boat ramp property is not quite $18,000. We certainly have some other expenses for public works and police and administrative time. But Paxton has indicated that in 2031, she does not intend to extend that lease or convey that property to the town. And my only point with bringing this up for you all is that's roughly close to $70,000 of budget capacity that we will lose in 2031 that you all just need to be thinking about. It's a long ways away, 7 or 8 years from now. Just want to get on your radar screen, get you thinking about it. We could potentially maybe eliminate a position at that time, and that may close that hole at that time. As I said, those duties are kind of spread out among multiple people. You got plenty of time to figure this out. I really want to get on your radar screen and get you thinking, because I don't want to leave a big hole there 7 years from now. So
I think the increased revenues will offset most of that.
I think we should start to discuss phasing it out of our budget as the revenues. I mean, keep it in the revenues as it's great to have, but we don't need it to.
Say
balance our
5 years,
budget.
phasing out a
Yeah.
certain percentage of that.
Yeah.
Saying, let's just
We start to,
let's just pretend we don't have that money. now.
yeah, somewhat, I'm going to use the wrong word, depreciate, but
Yeah.
But, I'll just to sort of phase it out. I think we
Said
should
that all
start
along, this board depends on user fees too much for the budget process.
the other option you have for you, even if you start small, even if you just siphon off $5,000 the first year and just set it in a capital reserve for future boating improvements or water access improvements, and make it broad. I mean, so just something to think about.
Yeah.
I don't know that we need to come to any conclusion today. I want you to be fully aware of that.
I actually think that would be a really good idea, is to offset it in an expense where we take that and spend it somewhere else.
Yeah.
I can't think of how many times boards in the past have put $5,000 in a fund for a park and stuff, and it ends up in the general fund and gets spent for something else.
Yeah.
All right, so those were all the items that I had that I was looking for your feedback on. Are there other things that you all want us to consider with next year's budget?
You got the street sweeping?
Yes, so I guess maybe at lunch, Courtney mentioned something about doing street sweeping on a greater frequency. And so right now we're set up, it costs us about $1,300 every quarter to do that. So if that's important to you, we certainly can look at doing it every 2 months or maybe even every month, whatever you want. So, and that's pretty manageable, so.
What is it done now?
We just did it for the very first time, probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and now we're on a quarterly schedule. So we'll do it again in April, so.
Can we see how the quarterly schedule works before we increase frequency? I mean,
Actually,
Given that was the one.
That was the first time.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
first
that's
time we've
right.
done it, so
I don't have any problem with the discussion, but I would
just
like
see
to see
stuff
how
back
the
on the
court will
road,
make.
that's why I just,
Yeah.
we're ready again.
Yeah, so by the time we talk about it again, we'll have done the April sweeping event too. You guys will start talking about the stuff in May, so we've got some time. We can definitely keep that in mind. Is there anything else that you all think? Paxton's raising her hand, but I'll leave it up to you all to call on her, but.
Well, it just depends on what kind of a product you want to give people that you're making that $88,000 on. I just spent $30,000 out of my pocket to bulkhead the land south of the boat ramp to join the bulkhead of the Manatee Street Waterfront Town Park. My parents gave the town a Cape Carteret because the boat traffic was washing away my land. Now, so far, I'm told that the town can or won't reimburse me any of that $30,000 for protecting the property I'm renting from you. So that's one issue that I'd like you to just consider in the instance of fair play. The second thing is the product you're giving people, you will issue 285 passes. And how many parking places do you have?
15.
So
Yeah.
I will be glad to offer you my remaining property on Manatee Street if you wish to make improvements to offer additional parking to your patrons.
You're talking about leasing though, you're not
Yes,
talking
sir.
about selling it.
That's sir.
Yeah.
Leasing for the remainder of the term of the lease, if you choose to give your users a slightly better product, i.e. parking. That's
That all goes away in
Yeah,
6 years, so.
perhaps, but the treatment I've received is one of the reasons I'm not considering an extension of the lease or a sale.
All right, so
So
let me
we can
ask you this
certainly talk about
Uh,
extending, how about if you extend the lease for 15 more years? We'd be more than happy to probably
If
do
you'll
it.
extend my life.
sorry.
to 15 years.
John, you have one job. You have one job.
I'm only asking you to consider if you want to give a decent or a better product to your users that you're collecting a lot of money from on my back. That if you want additional parking, I'm willing to provide it. That's all I'm saying. And you can think about it or not, or, yeah.
Let me ask you this. If we do the improvements, would you be willing to consider sale or extension of the lease? Either or.
No, neither.
Paxton, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Initially, did you say that if the town funded the $30,000 bulkhead cost, that you would provide the additional land for parking for the remainder until 2031? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
my offer is not contingent upon that. It's,
Okay.
I've spent the money. Yeah, I didn't tie one to the other.
Okay, I just want to
No,
clarify. That's fine.
No, I've eaten that expense. I'm just saying that is what conditions my response to town.
Okay.
I thought when I leased the town, the property, we would be, it would be a relationship that I wouldn't have to be concerned about something like the town washing away my property and not compensating. I'll give you the example I've used before, and forgive me, Frank, for repeating this. But the town is like the tenant who rents a house from me. They rent a house from me for 30 years. And they say, okay, we're leaving now. We want our security deposit back. We've cleaned the carpets. And they have never told me that all these years they've had a leak under the kitchen sink. And I have to replace a wall and a floor. That's how I regard the town. Because I just spent $30,000 on a bulkhead and was refused any compensation for it. One former commissioner said, when I asked about fixing up the place, well, we can't spend money on rental property. And my question is, well, where do you think the Daydock came from? The Daydock Ferry? Of course you spend money on rental property when you feel like it. The town put that dock in, not me. So I'm offering you additional property for an additional rental amount if you want it. No conditions other than a new lease to conform to the present lease
Okay,
time.
fair enough.
That's all. If you decide that it's in the best interest and fair play to compensate me for part or some of that bulkhead, fine. If you don't, fine. I know how you treat me. Thank you.
All right. Was there anything else from the commissioners or the mayor that we should be thinking about getting ready to do the budget for this coming fiscal year?
I guess I'm going to answer your question. Well, the question is, do you need any more direction from what you've gotten today from us?
No,
These issues.
No, I think actually I really appreciate your time and appreciate the direction. It was all pretty clear and good to see everybody kind of nodding their heads and at least in general agreement on things. So very helpful to me as we go forward. The one thing that I want to just remind everybody about is we're working on the budget for fiscal 24-25, July 1, 24 to June 30th of 2025. So please just realize that whatever we wind up doing, that's the work plan for the next year. So please don't expect to solve all these things like in the next month or 2 months. And I don't think you do. I just wanted to remind people of that. This is our plan for the next fiscal year. So
With the exception of the budget amendment for those police stuff.
yeah. I mean, that's some of this stuff you're going to see right away at your March meeting agenda. I've made a note of probably 3 or 4 things. So, but just, these bigger picture things, like particularly the big thing, that takes a lot of time and energy. And so that may happen early next fiscal year. It may be later in next fiscal year if you all ultimately approve them. So, but yeah, great discussion, great feedback from everybody. Absolutely appreciate it. And let's see how we did. It's 1:52. We're on time. So.
We need to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I will make that.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody, and thank y'all for coming.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie.
Thanks for lunch, Charlie. Heather, thanks for lunch.
Stop the recording, right? So.
I just